Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this section here, I wanted to give you guys a really good example here on SQL. All right. It stands for Structured Language, Query Language, actually, SQL, Structured Query Language. This is the type of language that we use for databases. And I want to give you some practical approaches on how we do the CRUD, create, read, update, and delete in SQL. So that way you guys are ready for when we use it with PHP, because you can use SQL with any other language like JavaScript, or maybe you want to use it with Python, but we can use it with PHP, and it's really great. So make sure that you have your XAMPP manager here opened. Make sure your SQL, MySQL database is actually running, your server for your database. Then we're gonna go to welcome and go to this application. It's gonna open your browser. Let's go to phpMyAdmin, which is an interface for MySQL, for the database that we have on this stack, all right? So we're gonna go to SQL here, and this is gonna give us a window here that we can actually use to run SQL. This is the structured query language. Remember, this is the language we use to talk to databases, all right? So here, very simply, I'm gonna maximize this a little bit, so that way you can see it. I'm gonna start writing. Let me make this a little bigger here. I'm gonna start writing a query here. So all uppercase, and then I'll say create database. You can see that it's helping me write it. It's giving me some pre-filled information here. So create database, and then I'll put a database here that I wanna use, maybe a to-do app _ DB, and then semicolon, and then I press enter. If I make it bigger, you can see exactly what I'm writing right here, okay? And then I press enter. Well, I don't have to press enter. As a matter of fact, I'll come here all the way down and I'll click go. And that is going to, run this query. Now let's minimize this, and I'll just click databases here so you can see that I created this to-do _ DB already. Now, if I go inside that database and I click it, you can see that I'm able to create the table, all right? The table has columns and has rows. And I'm able to create it here if I wanted to. And I have other options that I can use in this, GUI, graphical user interfaces. So I can play around with this. I'll probably create some type of lecture where I'll, walk you through doing stuff with the GUI here. But right now we're gonna be learning SQL, the raw language itself, okay? So in this first lecture here, you learn how to create a database using raw SQL. This is a raw SQL, okay? This is just the language we're writing into this interface, okay? We're not using the interface yet. We'll probably get to that in future lectures. Or maybe I did a lecture before this one, I don't know. But we are learning SQL here. So let's go ahead and jump into the next lecture where we're gonna learn how to create tables, guys. I'll see you then. So in this section here, we're learning some SQL. Now I'm gonna give you the fundamentals, and as we progress in the course, you're gonna learn some more queries, all right? So we just need the fundamentals so that way we can keep going with the course here. After the fundamentals, when we start creating applications, when we are using SQL with PHP, I promise you, you will learn a lot more SQL queries. And as you grow in your profession, in your PHP career, believe me, you will get to know a lot of queries. Once you learn the fundamentals, you are good to go, all right? So let's create a table here, and I'm just using this here. I'm in the SQL, and the raw SQL, guys. Look, I'll show you. So right now, I'm just gonna click OK here, but watch. If I just open up my phpAdmin, you just go to SQL here. Just make sure that the first line right here, after you created the databases, right? You created your database. Go to SQL right here. And you can see now that if you just go to this database, and you can see here that you are going to be running queries on that database. But if you're not on that database, what you need to do, for example, we'll just click home here, and that's going to take us out. We're not selecting any database. What you need to do is you need to write use in uppercase like this, and the database you want to use, to-do _ DB, just like that. and then you run your query down below, right? You're telling basically, MySQL, the database server, that you want to use this one here, all right? But if you're not, that's if you're not selecting any of them. But of course, we are in the GUI here. Why not just select it? So that way, any queries we run it on this specific database, right? All right, so you can see there that I'm selecting that, I'm there. So I'm gonna be creating a table now inside here. So we have a database, and now we need to create a table for that database. We can have multiple tables. If I click any of these, and you look at it, you can see that they have don't touch any of this stuff. Don't play around with it. This is default stuff for what we're doing right now. But you can see that they have many different tables, right? I prefer not to show you that and play around with it yet because we can mess things up. But anyway, so I'm gonna create a table here. So create table, all uppercase. These are SQL queries. When I do uppercase, all uppercase, we'll do users. This is something I'm creating. And then we do parentheses here, just like that. And inside these parentheses, I'm gonna put my cursor in the middle, and I'm gonna bring this down, all the way down. I'm gonna put a semicolon at the end here, okay? I'm gonna put something in here. So I'm gonna start by putting ID, and we're gonna say ID int primary. All right, so this is gonna be an integer, and it's gonna be the primary key. We're gonna learn all that stuff in the future, but just know that this is gonna be the primary key. Every time we search for users or we do anything, we're always gonna be using the ID. This is gonna just make our applications faster. And we're gonna say auto increment. This is going to allow me, and every time that every time that I create a record, it's gonna auto increment this ID. It's gonna say 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, all right? So this here, and I'll put a comma here. Auto increment, make sure it's together with this, all right? And then we'll put a space here, and we'll say username. And then it's gonna be a varchar, so varchar. And varchar 50 is gonna give me a username with 50 characters, all right? So what I'm doing here is I'm setting the column types. This is gonna be an integer, and this is gonna be a character. Text is gonna be here, and it's gonna be 50, all right? So these are the column types in SQL, okay? Column types, you can search that up in the SQL website. But anyway, I'm just showing you the fundamentals here so we can keep going with the course. And you'll see later on, we'll get to know SQL very much. We'll do another one here called email. Make sure you put your comma here. And I'll show you another way of doing this, but right now we'll do this way because we're learning SQL, raw SQL, right? So we created at, and make sure you put your comma here in every, in every column, in every specific one. So that way you can write the next one. So in this created at, so these are the name of the columns: ID, username, email, and created at. And these are the types, okay? This is gonna be a timestamp. This is for the date. So it needs to be this type, so that way we can put the current date, which we're gonna do right here with a command in SQL called current timestamp, just like that, okay? And just by doing this, let me put this right here. You can see I have no errors, no underlines, no red, nothing, right? Then I can just come here, click go, and that is going to create that table for me. We can double check on that, but we can see that here. The to do, and then inside here we have this users table. When we click on it, you can see now that we have a structure. We can click on it, and you can see the structure here. We have the name, the type. You can see the type here. That is type integer, varchar, and timestamp. And you see the name of the columns: ID, username, email, and created at. And you see the little key here because we made it auto increment, but we also made it the key. As you can see, it's the primary key, all right? You can see it right here. You can edit that if you like, but we're not gonna touch that right now, okay? So you can see that the column is ID, and that's just the key. Anyway, guys, we'll get to the GUI in the future, but let's keep going now. We created data. Now let's go into the next lecture where we're gonna be learning how to insert data into these tables. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's get to learning more SQL. So I'm in the PHPMyAdmin here. I'll click on browse. We don't have anything there. I click on this little line on top here, and I'll go into users table. Then in users table, I'll click SQL. As you can see, that in there. And you can see that I am running a query inside to-do.users, okay? Keep that in mind. So I'm running a query here. I'm not gonna be running this query. I'm gonna delete that. And I'm going to be inserting some data inside the table users that we have here. You can see there that I'm selecting that already. So make sure that you are doing the same thing that I'm doing, right? So you'll go outside of this here, click on your database, but make sure that you click on your table, all right? Click on this line here if you need to, and then just click on here and go to SQL. And you can see to-do_db.users. That's when you know that you are there, okay? Anyway, so the statement or the line of code that we need in order to insert data is insert into. That's it. And then the table name, users. In this case, we'll put parentheses here and the columns where we want to insert the data. We know we have a username. We know we have an email, right? Those are the columns. And now we need the values, and they're gonna be in parentheses as well. Well, the values need to be in strings, right? Because we put a varchar type in the username and email, so they need to be characters. So we put this single quotes here. They can be double quotes, but single quotes is the best way. And we'll do the username Edwin. Then we'll put a comma here to divide the values. And the email will be edwin@edwindiaz.com. And then we'll put a semicolon at the end here. Simple as that. That's one insert statement, all right? And then I'll click go. And you can see there that it says one row inserted. Perfect. Let's show the query bots again. And we can see that query there. Now, if we come back here, and I'm getting ahead of myself here. If we click on insert here, you can see that it gives you, some of the things that you can play around with. So it gives you an example on how to actually do it, right? And you get update as well here, but we're getting ahead of ourselves, all right? So anyway, once you do that, we can click on browse. And you can see now that we have inserted that data here. That's perfect stuff, right? That's good stuff, guys. Great job if you were able to follow me. All right, let's go ahead and do one more here. Let's go to the SQL here. You can see that I'm still selecting to do underscore db.users. All right, so now that we know how to insert data, let's go ahead and try to retrieve the data where the users, select all from users, where ID equals 1, semicolon. All right, and when we do this, let's go ahead and click go. And let's see what we got. And we can see that we have some data here. We can see the user ID is 1, and we can see the user right here, right? So let me just comment on that, minimize that so you can see it, right? So let's go back in here, and if we do select here, you can see that it says select ID, username. So not only can you do select all, but you can select each individual column that you want, all right? So it says select from where 1. Watch this. If I go and click, let me see that. Well, we have a query here, so we need to go and do the other query. We can bookmark this query. Let's go back in there and let's just do it again. All right. So we can see that it's saying it's doing this stuff. Let's refresh here. It's selecting the query here. So these are the query results. So we're in the browse here. We got to go to the SQL here. All right. And then we'll click go. And we can see that there, where 1. So you can shorten that. Instead of saying ID, you can say where 1. Now, I want you to keep in mind also that it's actually showing you, let me put this here. It's using tilde here, right? So if I didn't use tilde, and I do it like this, and I click go, you can see that I'm still showing the information, still working, right? So you're welcome to play around with that. Let's go back into the SQL there. So when you're writing this here in some type of programming languages, sometimes you're going to have to use the tilde here, okay? It's best practice. The asterisk in programming means more than one, okay? But you can, of course, select different columns here. You can put this in a tilde and you can select, hey, I just want email. So select from email, from users where ID 1, right? And then you'll click something like go, and then you'll see here just the email, because that's the only column you're asking for, okay? Before we were asking for all of them. Before we were asking everything. So select all the columns while doing asterisk. But now I'm just asking for one, and I'll just get that result back, right? I'll get the email. All right. So anyway, in this lecture here, you learn how to insert data, but not only that, you learn how to read data. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. So the update and delete statements are super simple in SQL, all right? Just like everything else, really. Now, in the beginning, things seem difficult, but they're not. Once you get to know them and you do them a couple different times, it's going to be a piece of cake. I can guarantee you that. So we're learning just the fundamentals here to get going with our applications, with our course, and later on our applications. So let me show you the update and delete. So when we do update, we'll do something like this, update, and then we'll create the users. We'll put the users or whatever table we want. So this would be the table name. So that's what we want to update. And then we want to set some type of column to a value. So let's say we'll set email to something else in here. Instead of at edwindiaz.com, we'll say support at edwindiaz.com, right? And then we'll put a where statement here to say in what user we want to edit this on. And we'll say on the user where the username field or column is equal to Edwin, as an example, right? We'll put a semicolon there, and then we'll run this query. So let's see. We'll click go. And you can see now that it says that something happened here. So we'll get that. Let's go back in here and let's browse what's going on here. And you can see that it's actually that was changed. And you can see now that we have also a default timestamp here or date where, when this was created. That's because we have that, we created that current, we use that current timestamp function. It's called a function in SQL. All right. Anyway, let's go back to the SQL query bots here. And now we learn how to delete the data. So actually, let's go ahead and create another user real quick, just because, we don't have many users. So let's go ahead and do this again. Insert into users. And we'll do username, and then we'll do email. And then we'll do values. And the values here are going to be, let's do single quotes, Jose and Jose at Gmail. And semicolon. Okay. We'll run this. Then we'll select and we'll see, select all from users. Let me just see what I got on that table. Select all from users, click go. And now let's see what we got. So we can see that we got 2 entries here. Good. Now let's delete one of them. Let's delete Edwin Diaz. I don't want to delete him, but let's go ahead and do that. Okay. And we'll say delete from users where ID equals what? 1. Yes, I do want to delete it. I'm glad it showed me at least a little information. I'll go to browse here just to look at the information real quick. And you can see there that we only have one entry now, even though we keep the same ID. So now when we create another entry here, the ID we keep going to 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and so on, because we already did that feature where we auto increment. Remember the structure here. The ID is auto increment. So it's always going to be auto incrementing. It's going to keep going up unless we tell it not to. We have to reset some things here, but it's always going to keep going up. They will never be the same. ID will always be unique. Okay? Always be unique. Keep that in mind. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. You learn how to update data here on this lecture, and you learn how to delete data. I'll see you guys on the next following lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So I wanted to show you some more things that you can do in SQL here, just in case you need it in the future, specifically when we're building our applications. So let's go into the SQL bots here. And inside the to-do _db.users, and that's inside that table, we're going to do some extra queries here, like sorting and limiting results. Very useful stuff. So when we are selecting data, we can do select. When we are querying data to see the data, we can select all, asterisk, right, from users. And then we can use this order clause, right? And we can say order by. So these are our commands, SQL stuff. Everything that you see in uppercase is SQL, right? It's something that's built into the language. Everything you see lowercase is actually the custom names that I'm using. Like this, I created myself, called the users table, right? All right. So we want to order by created at. So like this, created at descending. All right. I don't know how many users we got. I think we only got one user. That would suck because we can't see anything. We're only going to see one. Give me 1 second. All right. So we're only going to see one user. So yeah, expected. But listen, so descending, if we go back into the query bots here, this here, every time you see descending is when something is backwards, basically it descends, right? So if you have the alphabet letter from A to Z in your database, right, and you sort them by descending order, right? You have things in A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever, all right? You're going to see the letter Z from the alphabet first, and then you're going to see the remaining now, right? From from C to 8, that would be descending. So anything that's actually backwards, it would be descending. So, and then we have ascending here. We have ASC, and ASC would be the default, which would be A to B or A to Z, right? The same thing would be 1 to 100. And then descending would be 100 to 1. Got it? So this would be descending, and this would be ascending. And ascending is already by default. That's why I wasn't using it there, right? So let me go ahead and create another user real quick. And let me create multiple users. Let me go get a code to create many users. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to get this code that's going to allow us to have many users. Give me 1 second. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that in here. And basically, I just, did something like this. And I'm just going to start creating stuff like this. All right, so this would give us random users, all right? This is not much, but that's what we need. And I'm going to click go, and you're going to see that I created 20 rows in there, or I inserted 20 rows. Now, if I click on browse here, you can see that we have many users, right? All right, perfect. And each of them have many different timestamps. As a matter of fact, they were all inserted at the same time. So that's because it was fast. But what we can do is we can sort them by their IDs. So we can sort them. We can show this guy first, right? So let's do that because I want to show you the descending order stuff. So yeah, let's go to the bots here. And now we can play around with the sorting. All right, are you guys ready? All right, let's do this. So we're gonna select all from users, and then we're gonna say order by ID, right? And we're gonna say order by ID descending, just like that. Watch this. So now I'll go into click go, and now you can see that we have the first one is the last one created, which was the 22, the one with the ID 22. All right, so I hope you guys have an idea now what descending is, right? All right, perfect. All right, you can descend by any column you want. Let's go back into the SQL bots, and let's do one more here let me see something. Let's go to browse real quick. And we can browse by their email. Let's go in Alphabet and see. They all have the same name here. But what we can do here is let's go and see if the J will go first, right? So yeah, if we go and do ascending for email, it's going to show Jose first. And then, it's going to show the same exact thing here. And if we do create AI, it's going to be the same thing here, except this one. They all have the same time. They all have basically the same name. So ascending, if you remember, guys, and we're going to leave it like this, ascending is just the default, order by in alphabetical order from A to Z. Simple as that, from 1 to 100. All right. So it's the same thing, by the way, doing ascending. But what we're going to be doing here is we're going to do also something else. So that way this lecture seems a little bit informative, a lot more informative. So let's do select all from users, order by username. And we're going to say username ascending. And we're going to limit by 2. Watch this. So we're limiting now. And we can see now that we only have 2. And we are in ascending order. Like I said before, Jose was going to go first because of the J and then the U, right? Perfect. So that you can use with anything you want. Pretty useful to limit your queries if you only want to get certain amount of information. All right. Let's do one more here. Let's select and let's use count. And we're going to count everything. Count is a function, as you can see here, in SQL. And we're going to count as total users from users. Watch this. So we're going to count the number of users. Go. And let's make this smaller. All right. And as you can see, current selection does not contain a unique column. Grid edit, copy, and delete features are not available. Oh, I see. Yeah, but we shouldn't worry too much about that. The most important thing is that we got this newly created column that we just did here, and we got 21, okay? So you don't see it much there, but that's what we got. You see it? So yeah, this allows us, this AS keyword here allows us to create this newly created result with 21 as a count, okay? And watch this. I can also, let me just do one more here. There's so many of them. Let's go back here. And let's just do, let's use another function here that I like to use called average, AVG. And we're going to average, we're going to actually select and get the average ID back to us. So if we had 1,000 different IDs or, any type of data, we can get the average back. So we can say, select average as, and then we'll just create this on the go. This is called like a dynamic variable in a way, because we're creating this on the go and we're defining its data. Whatever data comes back is going to be in here in average ID, right? So users, that's it, right? So yeah, come back here, make this smaller, and you can see now that the average ID is 12. Okay. Let me come back into the query bots. Yep. So the average ID there is 12. And that's it, guys. There's nothing much here. Let's go to the next lecture. Maybe I'll give you some more extra knowledge on SQL. But everything that we're going to be doing on the course, it's basically on these fundamentals, right? I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So I have shown you how to do the CRUD basically in SQL, in structured query language. Now, I haven't shown you how to delete the tables or the database, which is pretty useful. So for example here, let's say you are in PHPMyAdmin. Now, you can go ahead and drop a table, a database here, very simple, by going to SQL here and just saying, and just running this query here, drop table, database, and you'll put the database you want to drop. In this case, we have a database called test here, and we'll just put that in there. Drop database and the name of the table. We'll click that, and you can see that that's gone. Now, if I wanted just to drop a table, I'll go into that database, for example, to_do_db, and I'll write a query on it. Make sure that I'm actually, hold on. Let me come back here. SQL query, there we go. Make sure that you are in that table, in that database, right? And you'll say drop table and orders, for example. In this case, I'm just dropping some table that I created so that I can show you. So drop table orders. Click go, and you can see that that's gonna be gone there when I click on this little pop-up that says, do you really want to execute this command? And I say yes, and it's gone, right? So I can create one again. I can click here and create a database called test and create. And you can see that I created a database there. Now, if I click here, I can delete this very simply in PHPMyAdmin by selecting it and going to operations and looking for this red words here that says drop database, and click OK, and that's gone too. If I had a table here, which I can click and even create a table if I wanted to right here, and I can say, well, create the table orders, and I'll create it here with some columns, maybe an ID column that has this, and that's it, right? And then I'll click save just to have a table there so that I can delete to show you guys, right? And I'll click on that table, and I'll go to operations again, and I'll look for the words empty the table, so I can empty the whole table, any data that I have in there, or I can delete anything from that table. So if I had anything there, I could delete everything there, or I can delete the table itself, drop it. So I'll click drop it, and you can see that that's gone there. All right, super simple stuff. Now, if I go to users, okay, I can see here that I have no users here. Let me go ahead and put some users in here. I'll show you something else. I'll go to SQL here to submit a query. Paste that in there, the code to insert a couple users, 20 users, in fact. Click there. If I go back to users, you can see all these users here, all right? One thing that you're gonna notice is that the ID they start with, it's 41 in my case. So this auto increment feature that we have when we created the table is working. It's incrementing the ID every time we insert. This is starting in 41 because I have inserted this a couple times and deleted that. And the auto increment field keeps going up and up and up, all right? So you can manage that by going to operations, and you look for auto increment, and you can see that the next one, the next data that I insert is gonna start at 61, right? So if I go to browse again, and you can see my data is 60, the last one, and I can see all my data here, or I can select how many rows I wanna see, all right? So you can see 60, so the next one is gonna start at 61. So, but I can manage that where I want it to start. Of course, you can't start it on some of the numbers you already have. You're going to get an error, but you can start it on other IDs that don't exist yet. Okay, but I can also do this with SQL. So I can go ahead and say I want this to start at 0 and click go. Right, and that's going to work. So I do that. It says can't move table to the same one. Oh, hold on. Let's go back here. Users, and let's go to operations, and let's go into 0, and then let's go into go. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, this one here. Sorry about that. I was just clicking on the top. So no change on that. It says no change, right? So let's go back in here and let's just check all this stuff. I'm going to check all that data and I'm going to delete it, right? So this auto increment should actually start on 61, but I wanted to start it on 1. Let's see how that works out. It says no change, right? So now when I insert the data, let's see what happens. I paste that in there. And I click go, and users, 61. You see that? All right. So let's go ahead and delete the data again, right here. And let's go to operations. And I'm going to auto increment to be on 1. Click go. And now it says your SQL query has been executed successfully. Now when I go back into that table, users, and I paste the code again, and I click go, and I check users again, you can see now that it starts at 1. Of course, we can't start at 0, right? So we need to start at 1. All right. So if I delete this data, again, checked, delete it, and I go to operations, now you can see that it's going to start at 21. Now, if we wanted to do this in code, there is also another one that you can actually try this, try with SQL. So we don't have no data. It's going to start at 21 right now. So what I'm going to do is I want to reset this. So I'm going to go to SQL, make sure that I'm selecting the table to do underscore db.users. All right. So let's see if this works. So I'm going to alter table, I believe, and the table name is users. Let's see if this works from this place here that I'm inside that table. All right, I don't know if this is gonna work. I haven't tried it like this. Alter table users, auto increment, and we're gonna put 1 in here and semicolon. Let's see if that works. Click go. All right, it looks like it did something. Let's go back to users. Let's insert some data. And I'll put this code in there so that way you guys can do what I'm doing. So make sure you'll probably have this code somewhere in the lecture, so you can just copy and paste this stuff. Click go. And now when we check on users, it has ID number 1. So yeah, it works, right? Perfect. Anyway, guys, so you learned quite a bit on this lecture here. Hopefully you can use that knowledge and you can play around with the code, okay? So you can play back your video and see some of this data, some of this knowledge that I've been giving you and play around with it. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, what I want to do is I want to show you a couple different things here in SQL. I want to show you guys how we can relate tables to one another and how we can join tables. All right. So let's see what we can start with the first one here by relating a table. So most of the time in a application, we're going to have some tables they're going to have related data. So right now, I'm in this to-do database, right? And let's create a table here real quick. I could create this with the PHPMyAdmin interface, but since this is raw SQL, I like to write my code. And I want you guys to get into the habit of doing the hard stuff first, all right? Later on, you're never gonna probably touch the doing it like this. You're probably gonna be doing it with the PHPMyAdmin because you won't have time to write it like this. But it's good to know it because you're gonna be using PHP, and PHP uses queries. All right, we don't use GUIs with PHP. We're using a programming language. We have to use the queries inside that language, unless we have some classes that deal with that stuff. But anyway, so let's bring down this stuff here, and we'll create an order ID, and it's going to be an integer, and it's going to be primary key. Remember that it's going to be auto increment, right? We played around with that a little bit there. Closing brackets expected. Oh, yeah. User ID. So this column here that we're going to be creating, that's an integer type, is going to be the one that we're going to use to put the user's ID from the users table. This ID is going to be the one relating those the orders table and the users table, right? This column here. Yeah. So let's finish up with the columns, names, and types. So we'll do varchar here, and we're going to limit this to 50 characters. And then here, we're going to be setting up the foreign key. That's what we call it, the key that we're going to be relating. So we're going to say the foreign key, all right, this key, we're going to make it foreign. So foreign means an stranger, somebody from somewhere else, right? Foreign. So the foreign key, the key that's going to have the foreign information, foreign data that doesn't belong to this table, all right? Which one is it? Well, it's going to be the user ID. That's the one that's going to be the foreign, and that's going to be referencing. So we say references. What table is going to be referencing? Yeah, you're correct. The users table. You're a genius. Perfect. And which column on the users table? The ID. Exactly. That is the table that's going to have the ID of the user. I mean, the column, right? It's going to have the ID of the user. You're going to see how this works. Even if you don't understand now, you're going to see how this works later. In the future, you're gonna be a master on this. I promise you that. All right. So if we go back into, let's see, let's go here. We can see that we have this orders table. Now, if we go back to this orders table and we try to create a product, I'm just gonna go here and we're gonna say insert data. If I click on this field here, it's gonna be pre-filled already with the user because we related that column type. So if I go to the structure here, you can see that the user ID has a little key here. That's because we are relating that table, right? So we have the primary key and we have a foreign key. And because we're doing that, PHP admin here knows about it. And now when we go to insert data in here, we have pre-filled fields from the other table, from the users table. You can see here, right? A little weird the way it's presented, but that's the way it is, right? Anyway, so yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna insert some data. We got some users here, and we're gonna be inserting some products. So I'm gonna give you this in this lecture. I'm gonna give you those files so you can just copy the data and do like I'm doing right now. So I'm gonna go to the orders table. Go ahead and download those resources from this lecture, and do what I'm doing. And go here and just paste that code in here, just like that. That's an SQL statement to insert multiple products. And each of these products are gonna have ID 1 from the user, for user 1, 2, and so on. Remember that we have 20 users, so they need to match the user right here, this first line, that's the user ID. So when we insert it, it shouldn't have any problems. If you do have a problem, remember to alter your auto increment. So if you have any problems here, go back to your users table, go into operations, and make sure that you're starting you delete the data from the users first, and then you put here number 1. So you want to start in ID number 1. All right, they all need to be matching. Anyway, so you can see the orders has the user ID right here, and you can click on it right here, and you can see that information of that user in PHPMyAdmin, which is really cool, right? That's because those tables are related. All right, so we did quite a bit on this lecture here, and I don't want to go 10, 12 minutes or 20 minutes into this lectures and bore you guys. So let's leave it like this, and let's go to the next lecture, and let's try to finish it. Try to see how we can select some of this stuff from relational tables and do really cool things. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this lecture here, I'm going to show you how to join tables. I'm going to give you the big picture on why we need to join tables and what is this all about, right? So let me give you some practical, knowledge of it. And let me give you some theory too, right? So for example, we have a table here, orders table, that's actually has some related data. We know that in the orders table, we have this column type, this foreign key or foreign column, user ID. This is the key, the column that's actually relating our tables, our users table and our orders table, right? So if I click here, it's gonna take me to that user. That's the user that has that product, right? That order number. So now, if I wanted something from, for example, if I wanted to find out what product that user had in that order, then I would have to find out the user's ID, right? So in the orders table here, if I make a query here, for example, let me show you the problem here. So the problem is the data that we bring back. We have to make multiple queries in order for us to get data from these two tables. Even though they're related, we have to make multiple queries. So joining tables will join the results we get from those tables. So instead of making 2 or 3 queries here to get 2 or 3 or 4 results from 2 different tables, we only make 1 query when we are joining tables. So for example, right now we say select all from orders where the user ID is equal 10. What is that going to bring me? It's going to bring me a product, right? So I'll go here into Go. And you have an arrow. So I have an arrow on my query. Okay. Make sure that you have an equality symbol here. You probably saw it there, but let's go ahead and do that. I'm glad that this showed me this problem here because that shows you guys how to correct it. But anyway, so you can see that I get the printer here. So I get the product. But what if I wanted the username as well? Yeah. If I wanted the username as well, we'll have to go back and make another query here. So I will have to go here. And yes, you can make multiple queries, as many as you want. And we'll come here and we say, well, I want to select everything from users where, I don't know, the user where the ID equals 10. Right? Because now we are we're making a query into this table users, and we know that the user has a column name ID that has this here, right? That has this value because that's what we got here. So if I go and click on Go, you can see now that we get the printer, we get the first query, and if we scroll down, we get the second query. Right? But they are in 2 different results, right? So in programming, we will have to combine those results and we will have to loop through the first one, save it on some type of variable here, right? We'll save the order in some type of variable in PHP, and we'll save the user in some type of variable. And then we will have to say, if the user, right, something equals to whatever, then we will have to do some other functionalities here to try to put this information together. Yeah, when we are joining tables, we can actually bring these 2 things back in one result. All right. So what is the syntax here? Let me see if I can comment this thing out. And I just put 2 dashes here to comment this so it doesn't do anything. All right. So that's how you comment code on SQL. 2 dashes. All right. So to join tables, we can do select, and then we'll say, the table that we want to select. We'll choose this syntax here. This syntax is called dot notations. We use dot notations. So we select the users table, but we got to do dot notation, and we select a column from there, dot username. Okay. And then we'll put a comma because we want to select something else. We want to select another table. And we'll do orders table, and we want to select what from the orders table? The product, right? That's the column we want to select, the product. And then we can we can go here and we can put spaces if we want. It doesn't matter how many spaces you put in here. So we'll separate the query here so that way you understand it. And then we'll say from users, right? Then we'll come down here and we'll say inner join. And we're going to inner join orders. Okay, and I am on to db.orders. Shouldn't do much here. It doesn't matter where we are. I should submit this query anyway. Then we say we're going to inner join. There we have different joins, by the way. All right, we got outer join too. And that's a little bit more complicated, but we're just going to do inner join. So we're going to inner join orders on user's ID because that is the ID of the user right here. And the foreign, right? And the orders, those are the related columns that we have. And we do that, right? And then when we do that, if we go here and we select go, okay, we can see now the username and we can see the product that belongs to that username in one result instead of making multiple queries. And look at that. That looks nicer, right? We didn't have to bring the user ID. We could have, the username, we could have brought the user ID if we wanted to. But that's the column that I wanted because that's the column that's more descriptive on the user, right? Hey, user ID, user one has a laptop in the order, right? And this user one could be Edwin, it could be, and user two could be Jose, whatever. But these are the products they have on that order. So that's a little bit more clear, right? All right, guys. So I hope you got the big picture on what we're doing here, what we are solving. So we have a problem here where we have to make multiple queries, and then we will have to use the programming language to relate this information one way or the other. With joining tables, we can actually combine those two tables and bring one result. So that way we can just use the programming language to echo out these results. So in the programming language, we'll have a variable that has these results. We'll have a variable like this, and then we'll save all these results into this variable. And then we'll come here and we'll loop through this variable, especially in PHP. We'll loop through these results as result, and then we'll get the result out one way or the other. And we'll have something that looks like this, right? Right, we all have a username, so we can loop through that username. Let's say it's an array key that says username, so we'll loop through that username and we'll loop through that product. So here, and we'll get to that in the future. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Anyway, let's leave this extra stuff for later when we combine SQL with PHP. All right, guys? Anyway, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the following lectures. I hope that you got the big picture and at least some of this functionality. You don't have to understand it right now, everything, but just to get an idea. I'll see you later when we're going to see this in practice. Take care, guys. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, I want to guide you into installing some of the applications that we are building in this course. So the first thing that you need to have is PHPMyAdmin, of course, or any other type of interface for your database setup, right? So I am using PHPMyAdmin in this course because it's super easy. Plus, it has a web interface, it has a browser interface that we can access. So this is super easy and cool, right? So here's what is going to happen in most of these projects. I'm going to give you some type of directory that is going to have, and if I open this up, it's going to have this generate.txt here. Now, this generate.txt, I'm going to open up my Visual Studio Code here. This generate.txt is going to have some SQL that is going to create a database, is going to use the database, and is going to create the tables, and is also going to insert some dummy data, right? So the purpose of this is to give you a complete installation of the project so you can look at it and see the functionality. I'm not expecting you guys to install this and follow along the course. I want you to create the projects from scratch. You're going to have the ability, because I'm going to show you in this lecture, you're going to have the ability to actually install the project and have it going up and running right now in this lecture and or the next one, but I want you guys to code with me. Use this as reference files. Don't use it as the projects that we're going to be using for this course. All right. If I give you another directory, maybe I give you some templates like this one here to do that dash HTML templates, then you can copy some of this HTML code in here into your PHP files. All right. So basically, when I give you templates, that's what they're going to be there for. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a project from scratch here with one of the files that I'm going to give you. Okay. So this one here, and this can be for any other application that we're creating. The process is very similar. You're going to get a folder with all the files. You're going to get a generate.txt to generate the database and the tables and the data. And then you're going to have the complete installation in PHP of the complete project in here. And you have the complete template for HTML stuff, all right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my XAMPP htdocs, okay? I'm in XAMPP htdocs right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy what I got here, what I'm going to be using this one here. Let me just go back here. I'm going to copy this into the htdocs, just like that, okay? Then I'm going to open up this generate, which I already have open on Visual Studio Code. I'm going to keep it here so I can copy and paste the content. As a matter of fact, I'm going to grab this and I'm going to copy it right now. So I'm going to do Command A or Control A. I'm going to copy everything that I got here. Now, all I got to do is go into PHPMyAdmin. Let me just refresh this. So all I got to do now is just go to this little box right here. Just make sure I'm in the root of my local server. And then I'm going to go to SQL. So I haven't selected any database or anything like that. I'm in the root localhost. I'm just going to paste that code from generate in here. And as you can see, this is going to create for me a database if it doesn't exist. It's going to be called test underscore to do underscore app underscore MySQL underscore DB. That is the name of it. That's the name I'm giving it. Now you can name it whatever you want. Make sure that if you change the name here, you change it here. Okay? And now I'm gonna go all the way down and I'm gonna click go. That's it. Now, if it doesn't appear here, make sure you click on refresh and you can see that it does appear here, right? Actually, as a matter of fact, it's called test, the one that we created. So if I go under test, and PHPMyAdmin groups anything that has the same name. So if I prefix my databases with test, everything's going to go under test. As you can see here, we have more down here. And you can see the one that I just created right here, test to do app MySQL underscore DB. If I click on that, you can see that it has task. And if I click on this, you can see that we have data in there, right? So I want to connect to this database. All we have to do is go and open up the project. So I'm going to go into XAMPP and I'm going to open up the project that I just created right here. And as a matter of fact, yeah, this is the one. I'm just going to go and drop it here. Okay. Let me just close this. And then I'm going to go into whatever that project's database is or the configuration files is, and I'm going to change the database connection. In this case, for this one, I know that I named it test underscore. And then it doesn't say MySQLi. The one that we created says MySQL, and it says DB instead of OOP, just like that. Okay, now I save that, and I'll go to my browser and I'll check my application. It should work, right? So I will make sure that I have the same folder name that I have on XAMPP. That way I can make this work, but it should work, right? So I have this name here. So I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm going to duplicate it, right click on this, duplicate it. And now in here, for my local host, I'm gonna take that off and I'm gonna paste that folder name in there. I'm gonna press enter, and you can see now that we have some data right here in this project. I can go ahead and delete it so I can start already playing around with this and new data. So the idea with this is very simple. Most of these projects are going to have a generate.txt. All you have to do is copy and paste it in your, just click home here and paste it in your SQL console here. And that's going to create the database. Make sure you edit that file to give your database whatever name you want, right? Just like I showed you. That's the idea, what we're going to be doing in all these sections. It's going to be super easy. And then you're going to just open up, copy whatever files I got there, like for the project. In this case, it was the to-do app, MySQL. You can tell that it's PHP code, right? Anything that's PHP is the whole project. That is the project. Anything that's only HTML is the templates. The templates, the files that you're going to copy from to make your application, as you can follow along in the course. These templates here will allow you to follow me in the course step by step and do everything I'm doing. All right. If you're missing any files, let me know. But everything should be there. Okay. So that's the same pattern we're going to follow for every section where we have projects. If I'm missing anything, let me know. All right, guys. Thank you so much. And I'll see you on the next following lectures or sections. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. On this lecture here, we're going to be building something like this. And I'm going to give you all the HTML and CSS and even the PHP code of this section right here. So you can go ahead and download those files. So it's going to look like this. We're going to build this really nice application. This is the home page. Then you're going to have your admin, which is, it's going to hold some dummy content here for you guys. And this is the HTML page, as you can see there. We have the registration. And this is all using core, original HTML, CSS, and PHP code, all right? So I'm going to have the templates for you so you can download them. And you can use these files as reference. So you're going to have files that look like this, all right? Login, HTML, logout, not just logout, but navigation, registration page. And you're going to have all this code that you can go ahead and use for the course. So if I'm starting to work on, let's say, register.html PHP page, you're going to go to this, to the templates here, and you're going to be able to just go ahead and download, let's say, the form. Go ahead and download the form. You're going to copy it, and you're going to paste it in your the code that you're going to be working on. So that way you don't have to write all this HTML. So those are going to be your templates. I'm also going to give you your PHP files for the completed section here, for the completed application. So right here, you can see that this has the HTML extension. But if you go in here, we have the application right here. So this is going to be the PHP application. We're going to be able to register here, as you can see. And actually this one, let me see something here. Let me refresh here. Let me see if I can log in on this application. This one doesn't allow me to log in. For some reason, maybe the user is deleted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a user here. And let me just create one user. I'm going to register, and you can see the user right here. All right, so you're going to be able to update the user. And you're going to be able to delete the user. So we have the CRUD in this application. It doesn't look like much, but there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. And I'm going to give you a lecture. On the next following lecture, I'm going to give you the information to let you know all the stuff that you're going to be learning on this section. But there's a lot of things that you're going to be learning just by what you're looking at right here. There is a lot of code that we're writing, and there is a lot of really cool things that you're going to be learning with core PHP. And then I'm going to take you, since this is a progressive course, I'm going to take you to the next section where we're going to build something else in a more advanced PHP level. And then the section after that, a little bit more advanced. And I'm going to take you all the way to becoming a developer. So it's going to be a pretty cool journey. I hope you guys, follow me all the way to the end of this course, and you're going to love it. Anyway, guys, download those files, get ready, and let's start this thing in the next lecture. I'll see you guys then. Or at least the lecture after that. All right? Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I hope you guys are really excited because today we are going to start learning about databases, right? How to use PHP to communicate with databases. We already learned about raw SQL statements, right, in that section. But now we're going to grab PHP and use it to communicate with databases. Now we're going to start doing this right here. I got a folder named Logging App, and this is, of course, in my local development environment. in XAMPP, htdocs, and I have a file that's completely empty. We're going to use this like we have been using to play around with PHP, right? So first of all, we're going to read something here real quick. So PHP has many different ways of connecting with databases, and it has APIs. Now, I told you what APIs actually mean before. We already know what this abbreviation means, right? So this is just a way for us to communicate with, different functions, different, let's say, languages or just different features in a specific language. Now, in PHP, when we talk about database APIs or APIs in general, and in any programming language, we're talking about an interface for that specific feature. We're talking about databases here, right? So the interface would be a function. So let me show you some APIs that we use to communicate with databases. Let's talk about MySQL, which is the one that we are going to be using. So MySQL, right here like this, is a function that we use to communicate with MySQL databases in PHP. This is an API. This is deprecated, by the way. MySQL Connect is already deprecated. You can see that it says here deprecated. We're not going to use that one anymore. But I just wanted to show you. Now we have an improved version, and we just put the I here for that one, right? So this one would be MySQLi_connect. This is an API that we use to connect with MySQL databases in PHP. Let me show you another one here. This one is the object-oriented version of MySQLi right here. This is a different API, right? So we have different function names in here. Very similar though, but they are different and they work a little bit different. Now let me show you another API. This one is called PDO, right here. Now PDO, this API here, allows us to connect with multiple databases, not just MySQL. We can connect to Postgres, to basically Microsoft databases here. We can connect to Oracle. We can connect to MySQL databases, right? We can connect to databases that are created in files, just like SQLite databases that are very small, all right? So this one here is preferred if you're going to be using multiple different databases in your application. Now, this is limited, more limited than MySQLi, because MySQLi is just specifically for MySQL. So you're going to have a bunch of more functionalities in this API right here. So as you can see, these are just different set of functions that we use to connect to databases. That's what this API is, right? So when we talk about a function here, when we, let's say, have this one here, this API is going to have specific function that relate to this API, right? And this one is going to have different functions that relate to this API. And this one is going to have different functions for this API, right? So each of these APIs are going to have different functions. Anyway, let me show you how we can connect to MySQL. And we're going to be using MySQLi on this section here. But throughout the course, we're probably going to switch to maybe PDO or to switch to the object-oriented version of MySQLi later on in the course, since this is a preferred way to play around with PHP. And object-oriented way is actually preferred way. So right now, what we're going to do is we can put this in an if statement, and I'll show you something really cool. If I do echo and I just do connected, just like that, and if I go to where that file or my application lives in my folder, in my XAMPP server, and I press and I refresh, you can see that it says connected. And you might be thinking, okay, how is that possible, Edwin? Well, let me show you. So by default, if you have your XAMPP installation, let me just, or your server, right here, let's go to our server. Let's get our server up and running. Our server is actually up and running. My server is. I just want to make sure that actually I show you the control panel here. Right here. Let me just open that up. I don't know why it was on a minute ago. It was on, all right? I'm just showing you guys. But just got to make sure that your XAMPP is running, your local development environment is actually running. This server, MySQL database server is actually running. Now, if you click on configure here, you're going to see that you're going to have a port number, 3306. All right, that is the default port number for databases in general, even if it's in the local development environment. your computer has a port reserved for databases when you have a server running, right? Your default a host name would be localhost because that would be your domain. This is also in your live websites, right? Inside the server. Now your username for my username for my server in XAMPP is root, okay? For your database, for my database. And the password is gonna be empty. This is for the XAMPP installation. If you're using a different database server, you're gonna have to look at that documentation for that data server, default credentials, all right? Now, we are connected here, and if you're not connected, make sure you take the port number, change the port number, or maybe, restart your computer. Just look it up, and you can ask in the class if you have any issues to see if we can help you out. But anyway, I can grab this connection here, and I can put this in a variable. Usually that's what we do, just to make it easy. And we'll put this in this if statement instead. And now if I go back in there, I refresh, you can see that we are connected, right? Really cool stuff, guys. Anyway, so now that you have an idea what database APIs are in PHP, right? And you have an idea how this actually works. Let's go ahead and keep going in the next following lectures, and let's learn some really cool stuff about all this stuff. All right? I'll see you guys then. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So a section or two ago, I told you guys that the best way to actually learn to code is actually by building applications, doing projects. So in this section here, we are going to be building a logging app. So yes, we are going to be using databases. We are going to be using a lot of features in PHP that are going to take your skill sets to another level. Now, let's get started. So we're going to do things the right way here. So this is the index.php. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close my PHP tags right here, and I'm going to create an HTML page right here, an HTML skeleton. And we're going to call this login app with SQL and PHP, right? And we're just going to say, we're going to put actually H2 is actually smaller. I don't like H1, it's kind of big, right? Welcome to the homepage. This is going to be the homepage of our app. And we're going to put in a paragraph tag, we're going to put an anchor link. So this is a link, and it's going to say login, just like that. And we're going to have a login.php page, all right? So login. So let's go ahead and build the structure of our site here. It should have, let's go to the root directory right here. And what we should have here is a file called login. That's the first thing, .php. We're going to have another file called admin.php. As a matter of fact, you can just right click if you're using PHP Storm and create a new file and just create a PHP file just like that. And that would include the extension. We're going to create another file for db.php. Well, db.php. And another file logout. All right. And what else? So with DB, admin, login, index. And if you want in the future, what you do is if you want your CSS and your JavaScript files to be included in your application, then you'll create a folder and separate those. But right now we don't have any of those. So we just keep it like this. So I'm going to go ahead and comment all this out. Close all that out. Now let's go and look at our app and see how it looks. All right. So this is how it looks. We are connected to the database. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you something here real quick. I'm going to, all right, so we got the database here. What I want to do is I want to take this off from here. Well, at least the connection from this homepage. I want to take it off. And I'm going to show you what we can do. We can use an include function here. Okay, and this include, what we can do with this is that we can include another file. So we're going to be including this file right here, right? So in this file, I don't have anything. I'm going to say echo here, and I'm just going to say db file. So that way you know how this actually works, right? So Right now, there's nothing there. If I refresh, we get an error because we have this here by itself. But I come back and that's it. We don't have no errors. But if I use include here, and I include the database, and I just put the database location here, just like that. And if I refresh, you can see that it says DB file. So this include allows us to include other files from somewhere else, all right? There is also require, okay? And that means that if this file, something happens in this file, the whole application fails, right? So we get this fatal error. Include doesn't have a fatal error. If we have any type of problems, our application can keep working, all right? So anyway, I'm including that file there. Let's go back into the DB and let's just paste that code that we had there before. And now when I come back and I refresh, you can see that it still works the same as before, but now we are separating the database concern or logic into a different file where how it should be. And now we have our database, our index here clean and doesn't have anything else. All right. So anyway, guys, let's continue with this on the next following lectures. I think we did enough here for you guys to digest this information. And I'll see you guys on the next following one. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So far, this is what we got. We got a application that's completely almost empty. We just have HTML and we're connected to some type of database, right? So yeah, we need a couple more features here to make our application work the way we want it. But so here's the idea. Let's go back into the DB file in here, right? And let's look at this statement here. So we are connecting to localhost server, and we're connecting to root, and we have password, right? So we are connected to some type of server, some database server. Now we're not connected to a database yet. So let's go and create one because I don't think we have a database for this application, right? So let's go to our server. Let's go to the phpMyAdmin. And by the way, guys, you can get to phpMyAdmin by typing in localhost phpMyAdmin on top, and that should take you there instead of just always clicking on that little applications link on that XAMPP, right? Anyway, so to get there, super simple. We will use that. For now on, we can just type in the URL, but here we need a new database. So let's go ahead and create one here. And I'm going to call my database login_app, right? So create, and that's it. We have a database now. Now we don't have any tables yet, but we'll get to that in a minute. So now here on the last argument here that I'm going to pass in this function, I'm going to put the database name. As you can see, is already pre-filled here for me. This is my IDE. Everything you see in grayed out, it's just suggestion that my IDE knows that what it needs to go there, right? So I'm just going to put the database name. So it's going to be login app. Simple as that, right? So now one thing that we don't have is we don't have a users table, which we will need in order for us to play around with this application, right? We need some type of ID and some type of username, password, and all that stuff. All right, so I'm gonna do this here because in the section where SQL raw SQL that we learned, we did everything here doing SQL, right? So that way we kind of learn about that stuff. But right now we're gonna build this using the phpMyAdmin, using some type of interface, and you can choose whatever interface you want. phpMyAdmin is not the only interface that you can get for databases, all right? There are many different interfaces out there that you can use, right? Many different apps. As a matter of fact, PHP Storm has a data source here that I can connect to and have some type of interface with my database, all right? And if you're using JetBrains products and you have a toolbox program that they have, you can use something called DataGrip also to connect to databases, just in case. And if you have Visual Studio, there is an extension that can allow you to connect to databases inside your editor. So you can see your databases in there. But we're going to be using phpMyAdmin, which is in the web, right? It's in the web browser. It's not just on the web. It's in the local computer right now, but it's in the browser. Anyway, we're going to call this table users. And this table is going to have 5 fields. So I'm going to increment this to five columns, and that's it. So the first one is going to be always is going to be an ID. It's going to be an integer type. The length of characters, 11 is fine. Okay, or you can make it 6 if you want. Let's make it 6. Integer type columns are really a 6-digit number can be very long. So that's depending how big your application is going to be. You want to adapt, increment or decrease this. Our application is not going to be that big, so 6 is fine. We're not going to set default value coalition. This has something to do with some of the configurations there, but we're not going to play with that. We're going to make it an index, primary, and we're going to click go and auto increment here. Okay, now the second here would be username, and this is going to be varchar. This is going to be 50. That's it. This one is going to be password, varchar again for characters, and this one, since it's going to be a password, it's going to be long. We're going to make it 255, which I think is the default for this column type in SQL. All right, so every type has some column types has default values. All right, email. We're going to make this a varchar too. It's going to be text, and this is going to be 100 characters. And this one here, red date, registration date. This is going to be a timestamp. So let's go ahead and make timestamp type for the date. And we're going to set a default value, and that's going to be the current timestamp right here. The current timestamp. That's going to give us the date. Okay? And now we're just going to click save, and that's it. We have our table here. Really cool stuff, right? So now you know how to create this. Now we can go ahead and see if we're connected to our database right here, logging app. We need to put another P here, and let's go back in here and let's refresh, and we can see that we are still connected. So that's great stuff. Let me just misspell this, and let's go back here, and you can see that we get a fatal error if we're not connected. So if we're not connected, you can always put an else statement here, say, and just put the error here. Or you can always display the error here, MySQLite error. Just like that, this is another built-in function with this API that can give us the error number or the type of error that we're getting. So I'm going to do this again and take the P out, and you're going to see this, and basically the same thing here, right? So unknown database login app. That's basically what we got. Right, so what we can do is, this one says connected there. So what I can do here, I can display my own error in the else statement. It's actually better to do it here. Not connected. We'll echo this here, and we'll say not connected. There we go, that's better, right? Let's come back here. Perfect. There we go. All right, guys, that's it. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So we have a users table in our application, in our database, of course, called logging app. Inside there, we have a users table. Now we don't have any users. So to play around with some of this stuff here, right, we need some type of data. So I was thinking about just creating some dummy data like we did in the SQL raw section. But since we are building an application here, it's only fair to show you guys the hard way first, which is, of course, creating a registration page and then submitting a CRUD with PHP and SQL, right? Because it would be super easy for us to go back and copy that file that we have, that I gave you in that section, SQL raw, to create multiple users, right? In the SQL statement, doing an SQL statement here, right? So yeah, we're not gonna do that. Let's go ahead and create a registration page. So I'm just gonna call this page register.php, and I'm gonna give you the code here, the HTML code, so that way you guys have it easier, right? So you know, as we get experience, guys, things are gonna become easier, right? Because we don't need to be typing in the whole HTML since we already know it already, right? We already know how to create a form, the method, post, and the name attributes and all that stuff. We already know this stuff. So all we have to do now is copy and paste most of this stuff. So that way we can make our development faster. So in this lecture, go ahead and download that file and copy and paste what you have on that file here in the register.php, which is going to be like code that looks like this. Watch. So now we can go and let's actually make a link on that login page on the index right here. Let's create a registration page as well right here. A registration link. So I'm going to make another paragraph. And in here, I'm going to put registration. Just like that, register. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. Let's make sure that it says registration or register. There we go. And now if we click on this, it should take us to that registration page. Now, this doesn't look very nice, but don't worry, we'll get to that in a minute. So now we want to register a user. So how do we do that? Well, let's go back into that and let's start playing around with that registration logic in PHP. All right. So let's go all the way up to the page, all the way up. Let's put this down. Let's open some PHP tags and close them here so that way we can see some of this HTML below. So it works. And the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to include the database, right? Because we're going to use it. And that's it. And then I'm going to, because we want this form to actually test for errors, I'm going to define this variable here with an empty value. Because later on, we're going to echo this arrow out in the registration page somewhere. All right, so we want to make sure that we have something on that variable so we don't get any errors. So I'm going to check here for the server of method post. Let's do that, method post. And we want to get the username out. And one thing that we want to do here, and I'm going to actually use, let me see something here. One thing that we're going to use is this MySQL li real escape string built-in function. We're going to wrap our username in here. This is very similar to the special chars built-in function that we had before to escape some of those special characters and convert them into the entities. So this is going to escape some of the stuff that can actually be very harmful for us, right? So MySQL real escape string is going to help us out. But this function has two arguments that we need to put in here: the connection of our database and the value that is going to be escaping. So I'm going to actually put two n's on my DB. So let's go to the DB variable here and let's put two n's. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because connection has two n's, right? So let's do that now, right here. So if I put my cursor over here and I click on these little lines right here, I can show inspection description, or I can do other things in here as well, as you can see. All right. But anyway, if I go back to that registration page, there is no errors here. You can see that the database is connected. Now we're going to take that echo out because we don't want to just, well, we're going to leave it for now there. Later on, we'll take it out. Okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do the rest of the fields. We're going to do email. Let me just ignore this. We'll do email. Yeah, let's go ahead and copy this and do email. Make sure that you edit this. And we'll just do this a couple times to get some of this. Let me just copy the whole thing here. There we go. And this one should be password. Password. Make sure you spell email correctly, not like me. Remember that English is not very good looking sometimes for me. So we're going to make an extra a variable here for a confirmation input to confirm the password. So I'll show you how to do that in a few seconds, well, in a few minutes, or a few lectures below, right? This one would be confirm password. That's something that we have in most forms out there, right? All right, so that looks good to me here, right? Make sure we have no errors here. We refresh, everything's good. Come back here. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and try to confirm what's gonna come from our form, especially in the password confirm. Let me just see if I have it here. Yeah, so this field, and we have to compare these two fields just to make sure that they are both identical. So that way we know that the user has one password in mind and he's gonna remember, right? Because he has to confirm it. If we only put one input here, right? If we only put one input, the user might just put one password here and maybe not remember it. But when he has to confirm it twice, he has to confirm it again here, then he'll probably remember that password in the future. So that's one of the reasons why we put password confirm here. So that way they know exactly what passwords they are putting in there. Anyway, guys, that's it for what we're going to be doing on this lecture. All right. Now, this MySQLi string here, I will probably put a lecture down and explain it to you exactly what it does behind the scenes. But let's continue with this functionality here. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, we're going to continue creating our registration here for the user. Now, like I said before, this MySQLi real escape string is going to escape whatever comes in from the inputs, and just to make sure that it makes it safe for our SQL statements. All right, so you can check the documentation for more information on what this actually is escaping. But as you can see here, if you put your cursor over here, you can see some of the things that are being escaped and encoded. As you can see, the new line, the R here, some of this single quotes and double quotes and Control Z. But anyway, so let's get to this here. And the first thing that I want to check is to see if the password fields are the same. So if the password confirm and the password is the same, so we have those in the variable, and we're going to make them exactly. So we're going to do this negation, and we're going to do the strict equality here. When you do negation and double assignments, that's strict negation, right? So they have to be completely not the same, right? So remember that we have strict here. So we just replace one of those, and that's it. And now we make a strict negation, right? So if they're not, right, exactly the same, then we're going to echo passwords do not match. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and check that out real quick. So if I click register, yeah, we have username there. So we have to type in the username, the email, all the stuff. So let me just turn that off from this type email. I'm going to turn that off and put text here so that way we can submit the data. All right. So come back here and we'll click register. Oh, the email is also required. So let's take these requirements out of this form here, just because I want this to be able to, I want to be able to test this out. Okay. All right, let's refresh and let's just click here, and it says passwords do not match. See that? All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and make sure that we put the right password and register, and we can see that that's not actually there. So yeah, we're testing this out, and this actually is working pretty nicely. All right, so that's working. Let's come back up and let's see what else we can do. So if the passwords do not match, then we echo this out. Now, I'm going to put this in a variable called error that we have defined on top. And we're going to, put that in there. You can see that we have this error here, variable. So now if they do not match, yeah, we put that into the error variable. Later on, we'll echo that out later on. But right now, what we need to do, once we go through this, and we'll just create an insert statement. So let's go ahead and put this in a variable. Let's put our query in a variable. So we're going to create a query here, SQL query, and we're going to say insert into users, just like that. And we'll put a parenthesis, just like we did in SQL. And then we'll do username. And then we'll do password and then we'll do email. Those are the columns, all right? We'll put a little space here, and what I'm gonna do is I'll put a space, and then I'll do values here. Values, parentheses, and then we'll put the values in single quotes because they're gonna be strings. Username. Then we'll put this one to be password, and the other one is gonna be email. Just like that, okay? That is the query string right there. That is the SQL that we're gonna be taking in. So now that we have that statement there, let me just come back here. We have this query. How are we gonna take it in to our database server? Well, we use the API, right? The API that's offered to us by MySQLi, which is the one that we're using here. This is MySQLi_connect. This is the procedural version of MySQLi. And we're gonna use it to transmit all this data, this query to the database server. So we're gonna use this other function from there, called MySQLi query, just like that. Okay? And then we'll pass in the connection because it's required, and then we'll pass in the query, which is held in this variable. Simple as that. And just by doing that, we're gonna get back some type of indication that something happened, right? Usually when we submit a query here, it says okay, right? Remember that every time we submit some type of query here, we got a little green pop-up here somewhere, some green word saying okay, and I think it was set number 1 or something like that. We're gonna detect that in the future, but we could create some type of if statement here, and we can say if MySQL query is true or false, then we'll get something, and we'll say echo data inserted. Else, we'll say echo something happened. No data inserted. We're not gonna display any errors right now, but we can if we wanted to. All right. As a matter of fact, let's do that. Let's do it the right way first. Let's do the easy way. MySQLi, not the escape string, is MySQLi error. Just like that. This function, if we pass in the connection to this function, is gonna give us the error. There we go. And we just concatenate it there. And we'll just put error here. There we go. All right, let's make sure that things are correct here. Let's go ahead and insert some data and let's see what happens. All right. All right, so I'm gonna go here to this page, register.php. Now, if I refresh this page, we're gonna encounter a problem. This is going to insert data that's completely empty. So we're not gonna do that, all right? So make sure that if you have something here going on, make sure that you just put your cursor in here and press enter. So that way you don't refresh this page. Because right now we don't have anything in place to prevent that from happening, prevent from empty data here to go through our database. We did have something before, which was the required, this required that we had here, remember? So that's what we had before from the browser. We don't have that yet there because we haven't finished, creating our logic here in PHP. But just remember, if you refresh, it's gonna put empty data. So I'm just gonna put Edwin here, my email address, and some password. I'm just gonna put secret here, secret and secret, and then register. And it says data inserted. We're gonna go back into our users, and you can see now that the data has been inserted correctly here. If your data has not been inserted correctly and you have some type of error, go ahead and correct it, and you should be good to go. Make sure that you're saving your files, right? Make sure that your form, you pasted your form, so everything should be working 100% there. So you need to check this guy out here, right? Including the database. Make sure that you have these fields correctly here, the username, email, password, confirm. All right? Make sure that you're going through this step right here, and make sure your query here is correct. If you have any type of error, you're gonna see it. All right? You're gonna get this concatenated in here, and you're going to get that error on the screen here. Make sure you fix it. If you're not getting any errors, make sure that your php.ini file, you have display errors, right? Remember what we did that in the beginning of the course when we're setting up our local environment. So you might want to check on that section if for some reason you're not getting any errors here and you're not able to insert data. All right, so make sure you check on those sections for php.ini displays errors directive. All right, spelled like this, display errors directive, right? That's the directive that it is in the php.ini. Why am I telling you this? Because I was a beginner and I had a bunch of issues too with that. So make sure that that is set correctly to on. All right, so that would be that display errors will be set to on, and then that way you can see the errors. If not, then there is a bunch of other functions that can help you with that. So so you can say php.ini functions to display errors. If that's not working for you, for some reason you don't have that environment working, you can get some of these other functions. There are like 3 functions that you can get this to set it there. And I might have that directive somewhere. Let me see if I can find it here. Usually there are 3 functions together. There we go, right there. So you can always put this in the top of your file here somewhere, and you can set that in here. And that will also help you display the errors, just in case, guys, because I know how these things actually work. All right. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So when I gave you this form to copy and paste, it had some required attributes here that were very important for us, right? Because it would not allow users to submit data unless they put something in these inputs. Now, if I just put whatever I want in here like this, it allows me to do that. 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, and I register that, and you can see the data right here. If I refresh, yeah, you can see that data. And watch what happens if I do refresh again here. And he says, hey, you want to submit the form? And I click continue. And then I go back in here and let's refresh. And you can see some data again submitted. Yeah, we want to stop that stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the required attribute on these fields here. So required on these input fields. There we go. There we go. So all these inputs are going to be required. And this is JavaScript stuff, by the way. This is our browser is going to help us make sure there is data in these fields, these inputs. All right. One thing also for the email here, that's going to help us make sure that the email type is the correct one. And that's just, again, the browser helping us with that. So now, if I come here, I put my cursor and press enter. If I try to submit this like this, nothing happens. But if I try to click here and submit the data, nothing happens either. Before, if I would have clicked register, it would have submitted everything empty data here. If I wanted, if I didn't have this in place, I could have clicked register and would have submitted everything empty. All right. Right now, you can see that we have some browser defaults there to require data. This is really good stuff. All right. So one thing that we're doing here that I don't like is that we are submitting the password without being hashed. We're not going to get into that right now exactly because we want to finish this functionality. But what we want to do in the future is we want to hash this. We want this password to have some numbers. It's going to be encrypted. So that way nobody can figure out our passwords. All right. So it's always unique by the user. Every time a user registers, that password besides from being 1, 2, 3, you know, even if another user types the same password, behind the scenes is different. All right. Even though they can always type 1, 2, 3 to log in, but behind the scenes, our system sees that as different. But anyway, let's go ahead and finish this. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that when I'm registering a user, we don't have that user in the database. So that would be nice to check. So let's see how we can actually do that. We have to make another query for that. And I'm going to do that up here. All right. So in the else statement. So we're going to make sure that we don't have that user. So I'm going to comment all this out right here. This query, I'm going to comment all this out. So we're not inserting any data anymore. And let's go ahead and create another query. So I'm going to hold that in SQL variable. And I'm going to say, let's just put it here, select all, make this a little bigger here, from users where username, which is the column, equals to the username that we have here, which is the variable, right? Actually, username right here like this. This is that variable here that's coming from the form. So we are comparing that against the database data. And then what we do here, we do limit one. We want to limit by one, just to make sure that we're only checking one record. And then we'll bring the result here, and we'll take it in actually by doing MySQLi query, just like we did with the insert. We'll take in the connection here and take in the query, right? The SQL. Once we have the result, then we can check with PHP, right? Because this query is coming to us either is 1 or 0, right? It's either true or false if it finds it, or it brings back the result, right? It's going to bring the username back. So now what we can do here, we can say, well, I don't want to get the username back, right? If we limit 1, let's see what the result actually is. Let's just bar dump it here so that way you guys can get an idea what that is. So let's come back here and let's see if we have a username here. We have two. All right, so we have a username called Edwin, right? So let's say, for example, another person is going to register with that username, Edwin. Let's put the email here because now we have to have an email since it's being required by the browser, 123 and 123, and register. And you can see now that it didn't do anything, right? Well, because we're not, actually, it's not even bar dumping anything here. We're not bar dumping that information. We should exit the script once we bar dump, right? Exit this out. Let me see, passwords need to match. Let's do Edwin, Gmail, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, register. All right. So that is giving me, else we'll limit to 1. The username. Let me see if I'm getting that correctly there. Let me echo something out real quick here, and let's see if I can just echo and see if this actually works. We're going to have to put to see if the query is actually happening here. It might not be happening. This is good that it's happening to me here, so that way you guys can learn how to fix this problem. Yeah, so you can see, yeah, I'm getting something from it. I'm getting a connected object, hello, which is the echo, and I'm getting the result, which is a MySQL result, okay? And I'm getting here the 0 index, field count 5, length, character, num rows. This is what we got to check. We got a function to check the amount of rows that come back from the result. In this case, it's 1, all right? So yeah, we're getting back that result, and we can check this. Very simple by saying if result, right? If result, then we can say echo works. There we go. Let's come back here. 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, register. And you can see that it says it works. And let's see if we can bar dump the result now. All right. All righty. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So we're var dumping it. You can organize it however you want. Remember that you have always the pre-tags as well. And you can check that out like this to see it better. Remember to use this, guys, so that way you guys know exactly what's coming back. So a MySQLi result is not the same thing as an array. Just keep that in mind. It's a different type of data. Okay? We'll look into that in the future. It's a little bit more advanced, and it will confuse you in the beginning. So we're not going to get into it now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3, register, and you can see this more organized. So we get this object back, right? So this is my SQLite result object, and we can get it back, and you can see that it has some arrays inside with some keys. Current field, 0, int. Field count, int. 5, length, null. Number of rows, 1. Type, int, 0. So you can see what it brings back, all right? All right, so now that we are bringing back some type of result, okay, we can play around with the data. Let's just comment this out. And what I want to do is I want to check this amount of rows here, and we have a function for that. I don't have to grab the result and take it apart. We have some functions for that. So I can say if, and when I say I take it apart, it means get it in some type of array or some type of other functionality and go and look at it like this, right? Like num rows. We can't do that with MySQLite objects like that, right? That's what I mean with taking it apart. We have a function that can help us with this. So I'm going to say MySQLite, I'm going to use the API to access MySQLite num rows is what I want. And if we pass in the result that we get, which is that object, and if it's equal to 1, then we know that we have some type of, that we can bring, that we got something here that already exists, right? Because if the record's coming back with 1, we're limiting that. You can see it right here by 1. So if it comes back, it means that something is there. So we have a username in the database. So we can say username already exists. Like that. And then we can say, please choose another. That's nice, right? We'll put this in the error. We got to start seeing how we can display these errors somewhere. So I'm going to go to the form here, right above. I'm going to put register here. Register. And then here we'll put some PHP tags in a really nice format. Remember how we did this before? We'll just say if, and then we'll put a colon here because we can separate this. And then we can say if error, right? And then we'll do the same thing in the bottom. Then we'll copy this guy. And in the bottom, instead of having this colon, we'll do F and if, actually. And if. And then semicolon, okay? And we'll put a paragraph here with the error. So we'll make sure that it has a style that looks red, some type of red style. So we'll say color red. This is styling our HTML tag. So we have these attributes called style that allows us to put styles inside HTML. And if you guys are brand new to HTML, I have a course on it. It's called HTML for Beginners, HTML CSS. Really nice course, by the way. It will show you everything you need to know because you need to know HTML for PHP. Anyway, we'll open up some PHP tags in here and we'll echo out the error. Remember that we already have a value for the error up here. It's empty by default, so we shouldn't get any problems. We shouldn't get any errors there if we don't have any, right? So let's go ahead and do this. And we'll choose the same username. We could do that for the email too. But anyway, 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, and register. And now you can see that it says username already exists. Please choose another. So that's pretty awesome, right? If we type in another one, we shouldn't get a problem. This data should be submitted actually. 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, register. Look at that. So now we go and check our database. We can see, actually, we don't see Jose anywhere here. Huh, it's not submitting. The data is not submitting with Jose. That's a problem. Oh, it's not submitting because we have it completely commented out, right? So let's go ahead and make sure that it works. Right, let's just check it out. So let's go ahead and say Jose. Gmail. It should work. If it doesn't work, guys, we'll fix it, but should work. We haven't finished this application yet. Data inserted. And let's go back into our data and let's see. Refresh. And you can see Jose at Gmail here. Right? So yeah, it's getting to be pretty nice so far. All right. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you on the next lectures. So we're going to keep adding small features to our logging app here just to make it more knowledgeable in programming. This is not just PHP that you're learning. Remember, you're learning PHP, the syntax here, but the concept, the critical thinking that you're learning, the debugging, and all these features that you're learning in this language are going to be applicable to other languages, all right? So this same logic that you're using here, it's very similar to what you're going to use in other languages, all right? All you will have to do is learn the syntax of the other language, and you're good to go, all right? Anyway, I'm going to give you the most knowledge as possible so that way you guys are ready. Are you guys cool with that? All right, good. All right. So we are checking to see if the username already exists, right? And if it does, then we are putting this into this error variable, and then we are displaying the error here for the user to see it somewhere in the HTML, close to the HTML2 there, heading 2. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in an else statement here, because if we don't get any errors, then I want to insert the database. I want to insert data. So I'm going to put this in this else statement right here. Okay. Now we're going to make sure that it works now, right? So I'll put another user here. Let's make sure that I refresh. And it says username already exists, right? So refresh here. Just make sure no data is here. That's good. And let's go ahead and just choose Maria. And then Maria at Gmail. These people, they're really, really cool people. They're always with me in all the lectures. All the courses. You're going to see if when you take more courses from me, Jose and Maria are always there. Anyway, we register this guy, this lady, and then we'll come here and refresh, and you can see that Maria is down below. So it does work. All right. So that's cool. This is getting to, the logic is really nice right here. Let me see what else we can do. So else. All right. So one thing that I want to do that I told you before is that I want to hash the password here, right? So when we hash the password, password hashing works a little bit different than regular strings, right? We will have to encode the password in some characters, and then later on when they're logging in, we have to decode it. And I'll show you how to do all that stuff, but it's going to be pretty simple. We have built-in functions for that. So what I'm going to do in this else here, I'm going to create a variable called password hash, just like that. And I'm going to use this built-in function that PHP has called password hash, right? And I'm going to show you how that works in the future. But right now, just bear with me here and know that this will hash the password. Now, with the first argument that we pass in this function is the password, but the second one here is a constant. There we go. This is the algorithm it's going to follow. There we have different types of algorithm, and these algorithms are held in this constants. Right? We'll get to that in the future. But know that that's going to be hashed. And now, instead of just having the password in the insert statement, in the SQL statement, well, then we're going to have this password hash instead. So now let's go back here and let's make sure that we have a different user now that is registering. So Peter, which is a really nice guy, is always like the fourth or fifth person that I speak to in the I put in my courses. 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3, and register. Now it says data inserted or insert. Does it say inserted? Yeah. All right. I don't know what that matters, right? Refresh, and now you can see that we have a very long password hashing here going on, right? So really cool stuff now. The password is hashed. We don't have nothing to worry about anybody getting and hacking our system and finding anybody else's password. As long as they don't find the algorithm that we are using, and as long as they don't get into our database, we're going to prevent that, right? All right. What else here? So MySQLi connection, else we have this error. Actually, this needs to be going into this error variable. All right, just making sure that is, yeah. This is looking pretty good, guys. If you were able to follow me so far and do it, make sure that you're putting your comments in your code. I don't put my comments, it's just a waste of typing for me because I'm showing you guys how to do this stuff. But you can start creating your comments here, like check if the password, right? Like that, and confirm match or something like that, right? So make sure you put your passwords, your comments where they need to go. So your code actually is really well documented. Check if username already exists, something like that. All right. All right, guys. That's it with this feature. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures, and I'll see you then. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, we're going to start working on the login page because right now we worked on the registration, and we are able to create users. So we took care of part of that CRUD, right? This acronym for create, reading, update, and delete. So we have create, the first part of the CRUD. Now let's go into the, well, not the reading. We're going to go into logging in, which is obviously going to be checking in for the users and taking that user, if they are authenticated or validated, into an admin area. So yeah, that's kind of part of the reading in a way. But anyway, let's go. One thing that I forgot to mention here in the register.php is that all the way in the bottom here is a very good idea. It's optional, and it's something that is done automatically by PHP most of the time, but you should close your connection. It just makes your script a little bit more better. So if you explicitly close your connection like this with MySQLi close, for example, your script might work a little faster, all right? Because it does have to do a lot of processing to find out if the connection is closed or not. So closing your script here would be very beneficial for your application. It's optional. If you don't do it, your application will still work. It doesn't matter, but it would just make your application work a little faster when we use this API, all right? So just close it. Now we're gonna create a login page here, and it's gonna be very similar. We can use the register page to do that. So I'm gonna copy everything from the register, and I'm gonna paste it in the login. And then I'm just gonna take the, I'm gonna take all this off, the PHP code, right? All that off. And I'm gonna take some of this stuff off, but I'm going to use some of this stuff. So yeah, password match, we don't need that stuff. So let me just take all that off. Yeah. You know what? Let me just, I'm gonna take all these off. Yeah, I'll take all this off, and then we just copy and paste whatever we need from the registration, all right? Anyway, right now we just need some fields, not all of them. We'll need the username and the password. So we don't need password confirm. We'll take that off. We don't need the email. And we'll take that off. Just like that. And then let's go to index. We have a login and we have registration on the index page. So let's go back to index here. There we go. And we go to login. You can see that login looks like this. That's what you should have right now. I'm probably going to give you this file on this lecture. So you go ahead and download it. All right, so let's go ahead and let's go and copy everything that we have from, not everything, but some of the things that we have from in register.php. So we'll just get this guy out, the request method, and we'll just copy that here. Make sure you close it. And instead of the email, what we want is the password. So let's go back in and take the password from that. All right. In the register, I also have this SQL that I want to copy, and I want to copy this guy here as well. So paste that in there, make sure I close that else statement here, like that. All right. So as you can see, yeah, that's the same thing that we are actually doing there. And what I want to do in here in the MySQL num rows is that if we have a result, instead of doing this error thing here, we're just going to get a user. So we're going to change this variable here for a user. We're going to get the user out. And we do that by fetching it. So we use another function here called MySQLi. And we'll do fetch. And we're going to fetch an array, an associative array that's going to have keys. Those keys are going to be the names of our column. So we'll put in the result in this function. It needs the result to work. That's the argument for this function. Right? So you can see MySQLi. This is the API for MySQLi. MySQLi fetch associative array. So when we bring down the user, we can bring the user and we can get the ID just like doing this, something like this, because we have a key for the column name now. When we bring it in this format, we can bring it in other formats, but this is the format that we're going to be working with. Okay? Simple. All right, guys. What else? All right, so let's actually divide this into 2 steps. This lecture and the next one, where we're going to be fetching the user, right? Because we got a little bit of work here. So I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. All right, welcome back, my amazing students. So we have not checked this form yet, this functionality that we have in our PHP file here in login. And we should check before we keep writing more code. We don't know if this query is actually bringing any results back, right? So if MySQLi num rows equals to 1, that means we found something, and we should actually var dump the user here just to make sure, right? Echo will say here, user not found or something happened, right? So let's say user not found. So let me make sure that we're getting something out of here. And this is login.php. We need to check what it says here on the form. Instead of saying register, we should say login. And this should actually say the action is empty. That's fine. Yeah, should work. Let's do refresh here, and let's just do Edwin, because we know we have that user in 1, 2, 3. And you can see now that we're bringing back some results, and we're bringing that user. We're bar dumping that user. Great. You can organize this and see the data better, guys. You know how to do that with pre-tags. But anyway, so it's working. We're getting the data. Now, what can we do with this data? Well, right here, I'm going to say if, and I'm going to check to see if the password matches, right? All right, so we can say if, let's put an if statement here. We bring the password from the user, that this is the database password, right? And the password that we are submitting in here, this password here. So if this password is equal to this password, then we should be all good to go, right? Yeah, that should work. Now, here's the deal. We're using a hash password here. That's not going to work with this one here. It might work, it might not. So what we want to do is I'm going to delete all these users. Well, at least the ones that don't have hash passwords. I'm going to delete all of them. I'm going to select all that and delete it. And we're going to leave the one that has hashed password here. I'm going to double click on this. And I'm going to edit this. And I'm going to put Edwin in here. Enter. And then I'm going to edit this one as well to say Edwin. Right there. All right, so that I remember. So now, instead of doing this if statement like this, what we can do is we can use another built-in function called password verify that's going to take care of verifying that hash password that we have. This is built-in stuff from PHP, verify, right? And then inside here, let me just take this dollar symbol out. Inside here, I can pass in the password from the form, and I can pass in what I get out, which is this guy here. Actually, let me see that. I have it here. Oh, I get the password from here. All right. We got to be careful there. This is not a post request. This is a comment from the database. So this would be the password that we're getting from the database and the password that's coming in from the form. All right. So if that works, then we're going to say, okay. And I really don't remember what I put on that hashed password, but I think it was, let me put exit here. It was secret. All right. So I'll do Edwin and the password 123, login. And it says connected and okay. So I think it was 123 actually, because let's see, let's put another one. Come back here. And let's put secret, login. And yeah, that doesn't work. All right, so perfect. And if you saw there, when I put exit, it make everything blank. It left me on the same page, but it made everything blank there because it's when you exit the script, there's nothing else. It doesn't display anything else. Just that's one way of killing everything, right? Killing all the script. So what I'm gonna do here, because we want to detect what's gonna happen later, if maybe we want to detect if the user is actually logged in, we're going to work with sessions. Since this is a progressive course and we're going to progress, we're going to advance, and we're going to add stuff from the beginning. As we progress in this course, we're going to keep adding some of these things that we learned before, or at least some of the things that we have gone through before into these lectures here, because this is a progressive course. So we're going to add this logged in session, and we're going to make this Boolean value true, right? We're going to apply this Boolean value, and we're going to do the same thing for, maybe we'll put the username in here. And remember, with the username, we can bring it down from the database, and it would be just username here, just like that. And then later on, we can actually, say hi to the user somewhere else in our application. Let's redirect the user somewhere. And we're going to redirect the user to the admin.php file. And then we'll exit the application here. So that way the scripts doesn't keep going, doing stuff. All right, so yeah. And then if anything, we'll put here else. And then we'll say echo invalid password. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and just put this in the variable. Right? Because we display that variable down there. All right, so here we have the error, and then we have this else here. This here belongs to the MySQLi num rows. So you see something here. Make sure you put your comments here because you will get lost, believe me. So in MySQLi num rows here, if I minimize this, right, I can see this here. So let me make this a little smaller here. I'm usually working on something that's smaller than this. I'm just making it a little bigger so that way you guys know where I am. But as you can see here in num rows, if we don't, if the num rows are not, if this result is 1, that means that we found the user, right? If not, else, we're gonna say the user was not found, right? Or, but this is it should be fine the way it is right now, guys. Let's not overthink it too much. we can just put a variable here. That's what I was thinking. Guys, and if I don't do something and you think maybe you have a suggestion or maybe you have an idea, go ahead and apply it to your application. Remember that sometimes, most of the times, I'm thinking in my head many different things that are not related to the specific feature that we are creating at that particular moment. So maybe your idea that's more specific to what we're doing, it's better than mine, and you can apply it, right? So here we're just gonna say invalid user, invalid username or user not found, right? It still says register. We're cleaning up a little bit here. Right, so yeah. Let's go to admin here real quick and make sure that the admin is available, that it says something. And we'll say, welcome to admin here. There we go. So 1, 2, and 3, login, welcome to admin. Great job. And let's just put some random password, login, and it says invalid password. Yeah. All right, guys. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So let's go back here real quick, and I want to check something out. Let's go to register. So when we are registering a user, right, we are, doing a couple different things here. I just wanted to check something out. I thought that we were actually setting some sessions here in the registration, but we're not. We're setting some sessions in the login. So when we're setting sessions here in the login, we want to make sure that we're catching them somewhere, but we want to make sure that we start our sessions, right? So in here, in the same login.php here, what I want to do is right above, before including the after including the database, we're going to open the session. We're going to start the session. And I want to check some things out. Because if we are logged in, I don't want to show the user the same page. I want to show the user the admin. I want to redirect the user to the admin if they're logged in. I don't want them to see this login page. So for that, we can create some functionalities here. So let's go ahead and play around with this. And let's say if it's set, and we'll grab the session super global here, this variable, and this is still a variable, this is still an array, it is still a super global, right? And we know that we are setting the logged in, this key, right? We're using this key, and we'll say here, and the session is not only set, but is actually the login is equal to true, to a Boolean value, right? And I'm doing strict equality here, so that's crazy. That's making sure that they're supposed to be here or not here, right? And then we'll just say, we can copy this guy from the one before, but we'll create it ourselves again. Sometimes when you don't have to write the code, don't write it. But when you're first starting out in programming, I suggest you keep writing it. And if you write in multiple languages, of course, you know that you need to write code over and over again. So that way you don't just forget, right? Some of us have better memories than others. So anyway, let's go ahead and refresh here. Let's just click here, actually, enter. And you can see that we're still there, right? So let's go ahead and Edwin, 1, 2, and 3. Enter, right? Now we try to go back to login, and we should get redirected back here. Let's go login.php, actually. And you can see that I get redirected to admin. So I'm not able to visit login. Let's go to the home page and then click here, and we get redirected to admin. That's a really cool functionality, right? Really cool functionality. Let's go and do something else in admin. Let's go ahead, and if we are logged in, instead of displaying login, I mean, not in admin, in index, if we are displaying login here, if we are logged in, instead of displaying login, we want to display the admin link. So let's go ahead and do that. That would be fun to do, right? Let's go to the index here. And let's put an if statement here. Let's do something very similar to what we did in here. So let's go and take this to the index. And right here, right, we're going to put that code as a reference there. And let's go ahead and create that code on top here, but let's just make this shorthand version of it. So if, and then we'll do colon here, right? And then we'll come back here and we'll do the PHP tags again. We'll open them up and we'll close the if statement. And we'll say end if semicolon. That's just one way of writing that. And we're going to get all the stuff that we have in here, all of it, copy it, and paste it in here, just like that. Let's just put that in there. Perfect. All right. So if it's logged in and it's true, we want to echo admin, right? And then else, we can do an else statement here. We'll get one of these guys out and we'll do else. And we'll put colon here instead. And here we'll show a login. Let's go and make sure that this goes to the right spot right here, admin. There we go. Let's go back in here and let's refresh. Oh, let's make sure that we take this guy out. Oops. All right. Refresh. And now you can see this says login there for some reason. So anyway, so if it said the session logged in, and if it's equal to true, then we want to show admin. If it's not, we want to show login. All right. So we click this and we can see that that's actually not working 100% because we don't have session started here. So make sure that we start our session on top. All right. So now this should work. Let's go back here. Let's refresh. And we have a syntax error here. Let's refresh again. And now you can see that it works. So click that and yep, that works. Right? So now what we need to do is log out so that way we can see these links pretty nicely, right? We can see the functionality work nicely. So let's go to log out and remember what we need to do here to log out. I can copy and paste from the last code, but I want you guys to write it with me, all right? So session start, right? Because we need to start the session. Then we do the array, which we will empty, just like that. You're also going to see this. This is the null version of that, all right? So yeah, we'll do the new version stuff. And we'll do session destroy just to make sure there's nothing there. And then we'll redirect back to location, and then we'll redirect to this location called login.php, right? And then we make sure we exit the script so it doesn't keep going and executing. Let's close it too. We don't have to, but all right. And yeah, let's go to index actually. And here, what we want to display is with admin, we want to display logout right here. Logout, because we're signed in, right? That would be nice. Refresh, and you can see that it says logout. So now when we do this, we get redirected to login. If we go to our home page, we can see that it says login right here. Register, login. We log in, put the password, enter. Welcome to admin. If we get to home page, we can see that it says admin and logout. Right? If we try to go back to login, PHP, we get redirected to admin. So our features are actually working really nicely, guys. All right. So we're done with this feature here. I'll see you guys on the next lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, I want to work on creating a navigation, moving our navigation from here to the top here somewhere. So that way it looks better here on the top and we can have it on every page. All right. So let's go ahead and play around with that. Let's go to navigation. Now that we have navigation in one file, we can work at it, right? So here, I want to go ahead and create a nav element here, HTML tag here called nav. And we're going to wrap all this in a nav element, HTML markup element. All right, so we have that there, and this element here, we could go ahead and replace this with, actually, let me just put a unordered list over here, and that should be right here. And each of these P tags are going to become list item. All right, just like that. List item, and I can do a replace here, but in my editor, but I'm not going to do that. I want all of us to be on the same page. So as you can see, I'm replacing all these P tags with list items. Now in Visual Studio Code, if you don't have an extension that will, as you can see, when I'm editing these tags, it also edits the ending tag. If you don't have one, there is a plugin that can do that if it's not doing that for you. All right. So the autocomplete HTML tags, ending tags plugin. It's one's called the auto close tag in Visual Studio Code. It's an extension. All right. So you can download it and we do that for you. What I'm actually doing here in my IDE. Anyway, so let's go ahead and take a look at the navigation, see how it looks. So it looks like this now. We'll work on that later. But right now, let's see if we can actually take this navigation, put it somewhere else. So we have the unordered list here. And yeah, let's take it up right here. This is the end if, else. Actually, we're supposed to have this else statement somewhere else, right? Yeah, we're supposed to have login on this else statement here. I don't know why. Okay, so this end if needs to be going down here. That's what it needs to go. Yeah. So we'll finish up. Let me see. So we have this if. Actually, this if should be all the way up. No, that's fine. That's okay. The way it is right now, it's okay. And we have this inside that. All right. So if it's logged in, we'll have those. Else we'll have this login, and then after this we'll finish up the end if right here. Yeah. All right. Perfect. So there. Yeah. There we go. That works out a little better, right? Right there. We log out. All right. And then if we go to the index, we should see login there, right? And register. Perfect. All right. So that works out. Let me see something here real quick. So that has a little dot right there. We can take care of that later. All right. We'll take this out from here as well. And we'll show login or register right here. So this links here should be here. And this should be not P tags, but list items. So I'll do that. What else? So we got admin and logout. Here we should have a list item for the homepage. So we should have a link there for homepage. Index.php. And this would be home. So let's see how that looks. That looks like that. Awesome. All right. So let's actually put this on top somewhere. But let's go to the next lecture. And I'm going to write some code where we're going to be styling this and making it look nice. All right. Because right now, yeah, it's not looking the best. And because we have it stacked up against each other. So it would be up here. And I want it to actually be horizontal. Okay? So I'm going to design this in the next lecture, guys. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this lecture, we're going to be doing really nice stuff with CSS. So we're going to be learning a lot of really cool things in CSS. If you already know CSS, go ahead and download the file that I got for you in this lecture, which is going to be like the styling for the navigation, because that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to style this navigation, make it look nice. So if you want to learn some CSS and you want to learn how this is actually done, then I want you to pay attention to this lecture. If you don't want to learn it, or if you already know CSS and you just want to style the navigation, go ahead and copy the file, copy the CSS and place it wherever we need to place it, which is right here in the header. So in the header, I'm going to open some style tags here. Usually what we do is we create another file, another directory called CSS, and place those styles there. But right now we're just going to place them here, and then later on we'll move it to a directory, to a specific directory. All right. So right now what I want to do is I want to style this navigation, and I'm going to start with the nav bar because that's what we got here. Right. This is the parent tag of the navigation. So let me just take this off and take this off. So right here, let me make this bigger. And for those of you that are brand new, this is going to be golden for you, right? Because this is going to start you off in the right direction. So yeah, let's go ahead and change the background color of that. And let's make it so it's like a grayish color. 333. Let me see that. Yeah. And then what I want to do, let me see something here. I got some space right here. So guys, one thing, for those of you that are brand new to CSS, this is not a CSS course. I have an HTML CSS course that's going to teach you everything you need to know about HTML CSS. I'm just going to give you guys an introduction to CSS, show you some things, but I'm not going to explain every little detail here, because if I do, then it's going to take me another 200 lectures. And that cannot happen because this is a PHP course. But I'm going to give you the most I can, okay? All right. So anyway, guys, hopefully this will add some value to your life. So let's get to it. Let's go ahead and I'm going to grab the body tag, which is the body of the document. And I'm going to delete some margin there, because if you look at it, if you right-click it and inspect it, if you look at the body tag, if I put my cursor over this, you can see that orange space there. That's called margin, for those of you that don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it 0, so that way we don't have any. So this is CSS, okay? And that's it. Let me see that. So yeah, that's gone there. So that way I can start playing around with my navigation in the right order. So now what I want to do is I want to grab the UL inside the navigation and float it. Should I float it? Actually, you know what? We're going to display this flats. And that's going to make the links like this. And I'm going to also do some things to this. I'm going to make sure that list style type is none. So we take that off, some of the styles there. Let's make the margin 0 as well. Let me see if I can. I was going to do some Emmet shortcuts here for CSS, but I don't want to confuse you guys too much. So I'm going to do padding and margin 0. That's going to make links like that so we can work at it. Work on these links now, on this list items and links. So let me also do that for the list items. So nav, UL, and list items. Let me do some margin there on this 0, the top and bottom, and the right and left. So yeah, that makes the links look like that. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere, right? And then as a matter of fact, let me put this navigation all the way at the top, right? Yeah, but let's make the nav links white, or give it some type of color so they look nice, right? First, let's make a display block. And let's do the color to be white. And maybe let's text align them in the center. So that way we can start seeing some stuff here happening. All right, let me, oh, I was wondering why nothing was happening. There we go. That looks good. We have some underlines in there. So let's go and take them off. So text decoration, let's make it none. And let's make those navigations a little bigger, those links. So let's make the font size 16 pixels. I think would do good for this application. Maybe let's make the font family, and I'm gonna put the font family on top here. Let's make it Arial, so like that way it looks nice. Let's make this sans serif for backup, just in case that user's browser don't have the font family available or the computer. And that's it for this. Let's see what else we can do. Let's go to the navigation UL here. There's nothing else we can do here, but on the navigation, what I want to do is I want to place it on top. So I'm going to set the position to be fixed. That's going to look funny right now. Let me see. Yeah, that's going to look funny. So we have to give it a width of 100%. So that way it takes the whole screen 100%. And then let's put it on the top. What do you guys think? So the top is going to be 0, the top position. And let me see. Yep, that looks good. And let's make the 0 index. So you see 0 index to be 1,000. This is how, if it's going to be in front of the items that I have. So this container here, this navigation is going to be over every part of our application, like the content, like the anything that I put in here. Right now, I believe we have connected database or something on top. So that's going to be over that connected database. So let me see what else. On the body, let me see if I have the body right here. Let's put some padding top here so that way you can actually see what in the world I'm talking about. There you see the connected. It was hitting under this. That means that this navigation was on top of this. So that's why we put padding top there, so it brings the stuff down. All right. So our navigation is looking pretty good. What do you guys think so far? Right. All right. So let's see what else we can add to it. Let me go to the links here. Make the links just a little bit. Give it some padding around, so that way maybe we can put them in a different position here. So let me just give some padding here. 14 pixels and maybe 20 for the top, bottom, right, and left. Let me see. Yeah, that looks good. Yep. Yeah. All right. So when I put my cursor over this, I want to see something happening. So let's put a hover effect on this. So nav, UL, this item, and the links, and let's put a hover on this, and let's make the background change a little bit. Let's see, gray. No, that's too gray. 57, 57. Let me see on that. Yeah. It's looking a little better. Maybe we'll create and just put it white here, so that way it looks like this when we let me see. Background color, and the links change to white. Well, the links are white at the time. Yeah, that's okay. We can change the link color to something else, but let's leave it like that. Yeah. Let me put these links in the middle here. So I think if we go to nav right here, and right before, you know what? Let's display these flats, and let's justify the links content to the center. That should put the links in the middle. Yep, that's looking a lot better. What do you guys think? All right, so our navigation is starting to look good. Maybe we'll put some type of background transition here in the list item. So let's put some transition here. And we'll say background color 0.3 seconds is. All right. Look at that. You see that? How that looks? Right? The transition. Anyway, that's pretty good stuff. All right. And for those of you that want to know about what I'm actually doing here real quick, if you are interested, you can take my HTML CSS or take anybody else's HTML CSS course, as long as you know a little bit, that's okay. So I think, you know what? I think we should move this. This is kind of big in here. So I think we should move everything that's here to a different style sheet. What do you guys think? So I'm going to take everything here off. And if you look at it, it looks like that, right? So, yeah, I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this in a link. I'm going to put the link here, link colon CSS, and we're going to make a style.css file inside a folder called CSS, just like that, right? So let's go ahead and create that folder. And then we'll create the style.css file inside there. File name, yes, create file. And we'll just paste that in there. We'll take the style tags off. And right here. And let's go back in there and refresh. Let's make sure that the header is linking to this directory. There we go. That's good stuff. Navigation in the header. Let's go back to the partials in the header. Right here. All right. I want to go into the index. Make sure that we are putting this, all this includes on top on this file here. Because we don't have to do this. At least this one here can be on top now. I believe it's not going to cause any issues. Right here. Okay. Just like that. That's looking a lot nicer, right, guys? Let's come back here. Nothing's changed. Everything is good. So now we can start doing this to the rest of the pages. And we're going to do that on the next lecture. We're going to organize our files a little bit better now because we can reuse this navigation in the registration and we can reuse it in the login page as well. That would be very nice. All right. So I'll see you guys on the next lecture where we're going to be doing this. So this is looking good. And, pat yourself in the back if you follow me 100% right in the CSS. That's nice. If you just copy the file and paste it in there and paste that code in the style.css, that's okay still. But for those of you that wrote everything down and learn it step by step, really good job. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So on this lecture, I want to include our navigation in the rest of the little application that we got here. So let's go ahead and play around with that. So the database is connected. I want to leave it like that until we finish all this, refactoring that we're doing. So we're going to include the navigation in the rest of the site. So I'm going to copy from the index here what I want. So I'm going to include this in the login. We can see that we have session start in the login.php. So yeah, let's go back here and see what we can do here. The header. So we'll take off the stuff here that we got. We'll take off. We can see that we have we can see how we have this PHP on top here. So yeah, we'll take that off here. Let me see. We'll just include it on the bottom here, and then we'll see what we can do. Let's see this guy. Let me see the body right here. Oops. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take that off. And we'll include it here. But let's put some PHP tags first because we are in a different place now. All right. And yeah. And here we'll use the footer. So let's go ahead and right here, we'll use the footer. Yeah, let's see how that looks. Login, session start, right? It's already active. So we have session start somewhere else, I believe, in one of those other files. In the header file, I think we have session start. So we don't need it there in login, right? Because it started already. So let's take it away from login right here. There we go. There we go. That's looking nice, right? We'll put some padding here on this page later, but so we have home and we have login. Now let's go into registration there. So let's do the same thing with registration. I'm gonna take this here and let's go to registration. We'll see little by little how we can make this better, guys. So yeah, let's go back to registration here. And we can see that we have the database there. And we'll do the same thing here as well. So we'll take this off. We'll include that in there. And then we'll do the footer down here. So there we go. And then we'll do footer. Nice. We can just leave it like that. All right. And let's go back in here. So now we got registration, we got login, and we got homepage, right? So if we log in, 1, 2, and 3, login, admin. So that's another one there. Let's go back to admin right here. Admin, really easy stuff. Put everything on the top, right? And here, we'll put the footer. Alrighty, refresh, and you can see now that that works. Registration, home, login, right? All right, we'll make this work a little better on the following lectures. But yeah, you can see that we got 2 connectors here on login. So we'll take care of that in the future, but all right, so we are including the database right here, right? And then on the admin, we got to see what else we're doing here. So navigation. All right, so we'll take a look at those in the future, but we got to also work on some of the styling here for the body tag of these specific pages. We got to work on the links here a little bit. But let's go, we're getting there, guys, little by little, right? So I'm gonna keep this lecture short here because I want you guys to fix this and make it work nicely, but I want you guys to also think how you can make it better, all right? So look at what you got in your application and see where you can actually include this. If you can include this partials in a better position in that specific file to make your site better. Right? So think about what else you can do here to make it better. And I want you to think about this thing here as well. As you can see in the register page, we have 2 connectors there, 2 connected applications. So we have 2 things connected twice there for a reason. So I want you to look into that and see how you can fix that. We'll take care of that on the next lecture, guys. And this is not just think, don't overwhelm yourself here if you can't find it. It's easy for me because I know what the problem is. But it might be a little difficult for you. Even if you have to spend 2 or 3 hours taking a look at this, it's well spent because you're going to learn a bunch of things. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture here, we're going to take a look at some of the things that, that are wrong with our web application, or should I say some of the things that we haven't finished doing yet. All right, so we are still refactoring. One thing here that I'm going to take off is this registration code that I have here on register.php is because I can put this in the header if I wanted to, just in case we have any type of errors, right? We can put that in here. And that would be nice. That could detect any problems. In the login.php, if we go back in there, we can see that we included the DB, but if we look at the header, we are also including the DB there. So everywhere we include the DB, the header in our site, we're going to include the DB. So we don't have to include the DB or the database in the login anymore, right? Because we have the header. Now the header, if we go back to login, you can see that it says connected now 1 time. Before it used to say connected twice because we had this inclusion twice, right? So yeah. We can take that off. But one thing that we can do, since this is PHP, this is not really taking any space on the HTML, we can put this stuff on the top. So let's go ahead and include those on the top. And our navigation actually works really good because our navigation is fixed to the top. So no matter where we put it, it's always going to be fixed to the top. All right? No matter how we include it in our application here. So that's good stuff here. What else? All right, so we see that it's connected there. If I try to log in here, let me see something here now. Enter, and you can see now that the links are actually changing. So this is good stuff. Navigate, welcome to admin, welcome to homepage. Yeah, this is looking really nice. Now we have this concern here with this padding, our content here very you're close to the screen here. It would be nice if we had some padding there. To do something like that, we will have to go to header and play around with the body. Let me see something here. If I can just put some type of content margin here, just a little bit, and that would take care of the issue, right? Then it's gonna separate our navigation too, which it's not good. So if we go back to index, let me see something here. We can see that navigation is right under this one here. So what we can do is we can wrap this container, okay, around some of these things, some of these files, right? So we can wrap all these files in some type of container, give it a container class, and then we can play around with each of this here, like the content, right? So if we wrap all of them with a container, then we can play around with them, right? Let me see something here. Yeah. Let's go back in here. And this container here could be in all the pages if we wanted to. And we could put it in all the pages right here and just close it here. So that way we can manage what's inside this content in all of them, in all the pages, right? If we wanted to. Now, if we put this here as an inclusion for a header, it's going to affect the navigation as well. And that's what we don't want. So, yeah, we'll put it in the pages that we want to affect. Oh, and look at this guy here. Right here where we are. Yeah. Put that here. And we'll close it down here as well. So login and registration. Let me see if that has it. Registration, we need to put this on top as well. Right here. Header has the DB, so we don't have to do that. That's nice. Take that off. And right here, we'll add the div with a class of container. And then tab here, right there. Type of container, this one. Perfect. This one doesn't need to, and this one as well. All right, so now we have this container class. All we have to do is put some padding around it, and that's it. So let's go to styles.css, and in here, we'll just put dot and the container, and then we'll do margin here, and we'll just do 10 pixels all around it. And as you can see, the content now looks better because it's out of this here, and it's not affecting our navigation. So this is really nice stuff. Right? Welcome to admin. Let's go on admin here, and let's just say welcome to admin, and then the username here. That would be nice because we have that session, right? And we can just say echo welcome to admin, and the session would be, the key would be username. There we go. That's nice stuff. Let's go to registration. And registration doesn't have that container for some reason. Let's make sure that it works on that. I thought we did it already. So we did it, but it's not. Yeah, it's not on the right place. Huh. So let's go and put that in the right place. Right here. That's what it needs to go. And right below here, let's go. Let's see it. Hold on. Let me put this form where it needs to go. All right, and let me put this styling, this error, a little tighter so that way it's not on the way. We'll refactor this later and put this part of that, and we'll put that part of this as well. Right here on top. All right, yeah, that works. Perfect. Maybe we'll put this on the center later, but right now it works for us. And that's it, guys, for this. Let's go and take it to the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this lecture here, I want to add some really cool functionalities to our application here because I want the user to know exactly where they are in a specific page, right? So if they're visiting a registration page, I want some indication here in the navigation that they are on the registration page, right? If they go to home page, I want some indication that they are on the home page. Yes, right now our application is small and they know where they are when we say welcome to home page, or if they look at the URL. But it doesn't have to be like that. We can actually use PHP to detect where we are in that specific website or application and change the classes or the styles of these buttons here to indicate that where they are, where the user is at. So we're going to use CSS and we're going to use PHP for that. So in here, what I want to do, I'm going to copy this in the styles.css. I'm going to copy this and paste it down here. And I want to add, if we add a active class in the link, then I want the background to change to white, just like that. That's what I want. Actually, no, not white, yellow. Sorry about that. Yellow. Yeah, it's already white. So if I go into the partials, I go to navigation, you see how easy it is now to go to navigation. We can find it in partials, right? If I add an active class here like this, and I go back, you can see now that that's yellow. That's nice. So I want that color to be there if we are on whatever specific page. So right now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to build this functionality where we can detect the page where we are, right? So let's go ahead and play around with that. So navigation itself, I want to add this functionality. So first of all, I want a variable to hold this functionality, current page. That's the first thing that I want to detect. And I'm going to be using this server, SuperGlobal, to detect that. So we have this key called PHP self. That's going to give us the current page. Let me just spell this correctly here. And if I do echo current page, we should get the current page, as you can see. Now, what I don't want is the location. I don't want this. And I don't want these trailing slashes here either. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this inside the base name. We use this, I think, in the uploading section. All right. So now we can see that it says index.php. This way we make it easy to detect. So now we have this variable here called current page. So we can use it. All right. Now what we can do here in this link, for example, is that inside this anchor tag, we can put some PHP tags right here. And we can say, I want you to echo. Actually, let's make the if statement. And I'm going to bring this down. Remember, PHP doesn't care about spaces. So I'm inside the anchor tag. I want you to see where I am, right? Because this is confusing when we have so much stats, right? So look, I'm inside the anchor tag, right? Inside where we put attributes for the link. You see, it's just like maybe creating another link here, right? Like a class link or something. So I'm not going to create a class link. I'm going to put some PHP tags inside there, all right? And now I'm going to bring this down like that because I want to show you what I'm doing, all right? So what I can do is I can say if the current page is equal to index.php, which it is in this case, then I want to do something. What is it that I want to do? Well, I want to echo active. That's all. So I want to echo active because that's the class, like that, right? Now this is not going to work because we need to be inside a class, right? So let's put the class here, right? Just like that. And let's put the class finishing right here, okay? So yeah, let's take this off because right now I think I got a feeling that I will confuse you. So inside the class attribute, in the value here where I'm going to be putting active is where I'm going to be putting that PHP code, all right? All right. That's it. Now we can make this one-liner and make it better. And you can see now how this works, right? So this is pretty cool stuff. So we can do the same thing with the rest of the pages, right? Think about it. Right now, if we go back, if we go to register, then yeah, that's a problem, right? So we will have to do the rest, add active to the rest of the pages. We can do the same thing that we're doing here, okay? So let's come back here and just make sure that we have this in one line so that way it doesn't look that ugly, right? Like this, echo, and like that. Now, I want you to think about a way that we can actually make this a lot better. Now, I'm going to bring all this down here. Okay, I want you to think about a way that we have used already. Maybe we have some type of another option here for if statements. What do you guys think? So I want you to think about that hard, very hard, and I want you to come with a solution. So maybe on the next lecture, we can refactor this and make it even look prettier. And I want you to also think how you can add all this functionality to the rest of the links here that we have, all right? So try to do that yourself, and I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So we are still refactoring our application here. We're making it better. I hope you get the idea when we are refactoring code, what that actually means, all right? So as you can see, we are creating more features into our application, but at the same time, we're making our code smaller and more flexible. Now, as you can see, the if statement here, we can actually make the if statement a lot better if we use ternary operator, right? Operation. We did that in the if statement in the control structure section in the course, right? One thing that we have done really well here in our application is that we have divided our application into partials. And as our application gets bigger and bigger, we're gonna be having more partials and more partial files and more files and more files. And we can actually go deeper into those files, right? We can nest a lot of the header files, a lot of the header functionality. We can nest them later on because we can have more things in here that can be actually nested further down. Like in the navigation, we can nest this. We can nest the unordered list. We can nest the list items somewhere else if we wanted to. If our application is so big, then we can go ahead and use a lot more nesting if necessary. But right now, we are good to go. We don't have the necessity to do that. One thing that I want to do very much here is I want to show you how we can improve our navigation a lot more with ternary operations and with custom functions. All right. So let's go ahead and see how we can make this better. So we can say, if instead of the if statement, we can replace this, right, with the ternary operations in PHP. That feature is really nice. So we can say, I want you to echo, right, the current page. Let's just take all this parentheses and all this stuff that we have right here, right? So we can say, echo the current page, all right, if is equal, and we'll put a parenthesis right here. We'll echo this out. If not, we'll echo and we'll put active, right? If not, we'll put empty, just like that. All right, let's see if that works. And let's go to homepage. And you can see that it still works. We still have it. Now, this is not very flexible because right now we will have to put the same thing in the other links and the other links, right? What if we build a function that can do that for us? So let's go ahead and create we can create a directory, or let's just create a functions file. Right now, our application is not that big, so we can go ahead and create a functions file that we can keep all these helper functions in there, like this. So we'll open the PHP tags, and we can create a custom function. Let's call this set active class. So this is what we're going to be doing, right? And we'll get the page name here. That is the argument that we need to pass this function to make it work, right? We need the page name, like the index or the admin, whatever page name it is. We want to make it flexible. So whatever page name we get in here, we're going to process. And what we want to do is we want to do this code that we have here. That's what we want to do right here, right? So we'll get this code, and let's go and put it right here. And now we'll get the other functionality that we have right here. We'll get that too. All right, so we'll get this functionality right here. Oops, right there. We'll get that. Let's go back. Let's come back here. And instead of echo, what we do is we return that, just like that. Okay? So we'll have the same functionality, but inside a function. So now what we need to do is we take this function and we take it into navigation, and instead of echoing that code, we echo the function, and we pass in the name of the page that we want to process, indexed, just like that. Okay? And now what do you think is going to happen? Well, nothing right now, because we don't have that functions file included where it needs to be included, which is right here, include functions, right? So functions, just like that. So now let's see if that works. Let's refresh, and you can see that it does work, right? But here's the cool thing about this, is that if we, and we will add this to the others, I'm going to add this class to this link, to this admin link, because right here, actually the registration link, let's add that to the registration link. Right here. We'll paste that in there, and we'll put the name of that page, register.php, right? Just like we did here. Actually, we put index in here, but we can put index.php, just like that, right? Let me see what I have on my function. We have to modify this a little bit. Let's see, the page name. Yeah, because we put PHP, it was working. But let's just bring the page name here, right there. And that way we can make it more flexible, okay? All right, so perfect. And we come back here, you can see that that works. We come back here and it works. Let's go and make that work on login as well. So let's go back into the navigation, and let's go, and I think I had that on my clipboard already, but let's put this in the login as well, right here. And then we'll just say login.php. There we go. Register, home, register, and login. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful, guys? This is working pretty nicely, right? Now we are using a custom function here that we included here. So now most of the things that we need to do in our website or web application, as you call it, can actually be improved by adding helper functions. So not only can we add it in navigation, but we can add it through our whole site. So this is how you start making your application better with time. Guys, I hope this was a really nice lecture for you. I know that it was. Make sure that you keep practicing and keep improving your web application. Keep paying attention to these lectures, guys. You'll get there, and you will make really cool things in the future. I promise you that. Just keep going, learning and learning and learning more. I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this lecture, what I want to do is I want to add some more dynamic features to our web application here. So we added this really cool feature when we can detect the page here, and we can add some styles depending on where we are, right? What I want to do is I want to do the same thing, but for the home page, not just for the home page, I'm sorry, for each individual page. For example, right now we're adding to navigation, styles to navigation, but we're not adding anything here. For example, let's say I wanted to center this registration page, a form. I'm not able to do that unless I go to that specific file and put a class around the registry, the form or in the form, and then target that with CSS. And then, the same thing will happen here. I will have to go manually and do that in this file. I will have to go into, let's say, register, and I will have to go into either right here on this wrapper that we got, this container class. We can just add a sibling class to it and add register class, right? And then I will have to go into the login form and do the same thing, add another sibling class here to this one. So that way I can control the styles for anything inside that page. What I want to do, and what my idea with this is, I'm going to take this off because we don't want to do that. My idea with this is that each of these files have a body tag, right? So if I inspect this, we can see that we have a body tag that we are including in the header file, right? Now, I want to add a class dynamically depending on where we are at that particular, in that particular web application. So if I'm in the register page, I want to add a register class into this body tag dynamically. So that way I can target that specific page. So I don't have to manually add styles to this page, classes to this page. I can do that with PHP. Detect where I am and add a class to that specific file. Let me show you, or that page. Right now in the header right here, right, this body tag is completely empty. If I put a class here and I'll put, let's say home, right? And I refresh and I come back here and I check, right? In the register.php, it's going to say home. And if I go to login, it's going to say home. And if I go to index, it's going to say home, right? Everywhere it says home. I don't want that. I want that to change dynamically. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add PHP inside here. But for that, we're going to have to create the function first, right? So let's create the logic. And let's just call this get page class, right? So this is just going to give me a page class. We're going to build this. And what I want to do is I want to get the name of the page, which is this guy right here. And using the built-in function in base name, I can grab the index. Right now, if we just return this, just like this, and I'll do that, and I'll come back into the header, right? And I'll do class, and I'll put some PHP tags in here. And I'll just echo this function right now the way it is. And if I refresh, it's going to break everything. Guys, I got a feeling I have a PHP error, right? So when something like this happens and you get this blank screen and something fails, you can go to page resource. If you right click, and this is a little trick, right? If I right click and I go to view page resource, you can see the errors in here, just in case you don't have those init files or they're not showing somewhere, right? You can see the problem. We are calling an identify function class. That's because we're not adding the includes in the whatever page we are, which I think is index, right? So what I'm going to do, I know that I'm adding the include, not includes, the functions files. I'm adding that on the navigation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this in the header file. So it includes that function everywhere, right here, the header and all the way on top. I'm just going to put it there. So that way we never have a problem with this again. Okay. So now if I inspect this, you can see that it does have a body class called index. If I go to registration, it has one that calls register.php and one here that calls login.php, right? So now we have a dynamic class. We're adding a class dynamically, but we have this .php in there. We can remove that. Let's go to functions.php. And in here in this class, in this function, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a comma here, and then I'm going to say, well, I want you to delete this .php extension from it. And when we refresh, we can see that we don't have that in there anymore. Look at that. Now we have a different dynamic class for each of these pages. So now we can go to CSS and play around with this stuff now, right? Think about it. So now let's go into CSS. Let me just take everything out here. So that way we have a clean slate. Let's go back to our styles here, right? So now what I can do is I can come into the body and I can say, in indents, I want you to do something. I want you to change the background. Let's just do that, right? Background, not the backdrop. Background, let me see if I can do Emmet here. Yeah. So let's do background color to F4. F4 and F4. Let me see that one. Refresh, right? And let's do, let me see. Yeah, F4 is fine. 6 times is fine, right? Yeah, this is fine, right? Or let's just change it to black and let's see it. Just to show you guys the difference, what that we can do, right? So we go to registration. We don't see that in registration, right? But we see that here, right? So yeah, as you can see, it works, right? So let's do F4, F4, and F4, and make sure we put a semicolon here. It's just a little bit off. Just a little bit off white, okay? I was trying to get a color so you can see it, but now this is just demonstration. Let's go and do that one for the register page. And you'll see what I mean. Let's just take this one here and we'll do, let's do another different white, 3E0. Yeah. Let's go here and you can see what I mean. Let's go and do that one for the login. Guys, and you might be thinking, so how do you know these colors? Well, first of all, I can see them here. So if I click here, I can choose whatever color I want in my IDE. And probably you do have something in Visual Studio that does that. If not, probably there is a plugin or an extension for it somewhere. So these are called heads, what I'm actually doing, all right? So I just happen to know of quite a few of them from the bottom of my head, or I don't know how you say that in English. But anyway, let's go to create one for login here. Body, login. From the top of my, I don't know, what is that expression? From the top of my head, I know this stuff, right? BG, let's just paste that in here and let's create one that's, let me see, E0, F7, F8. Yeah, that's a little bit off white as well. Let me see. So now, oops. Well, registration looks, we have to add some, look at that. So that looks a lot better, right? Yeah. Make sure that you put some margin now on those pages there, right? Oh, right here. Yeah, margins are gonna work now. It's just we had a problem there. Because we remember that we are adding margin to all the body tags, but here we're being very specific. Alrighty, so there you have it, guys. We are adding really cool functionalities to our applications here. Well, to this application, and we're gonna be learning some more. So let's go to the next lecture, guys. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture here, what I wanna do is I wanna make our application look a little nicer. And I want to work on the registration page and I want to work on the login here. I want to center them out and make them look nicer. Now that we can target each individual page, this is a really nice feature to add. So what I'm going to do, though, is that because these pages are so different than the rest of any page that we have on our app, we don't have that many, but they're so different. I want to add just an extra class to their individual page. For example, on the login here, in the container, I want to add a sibling class called form container. Or I could add, actually not here, but I want to add it. I want to wrap that form in a div tag just to make it different than the rest of any forms that we create in our application. So let's just put that in some type of wrapper. And I want to do, I'm going to put this form container like this. Like that. That is what I'm going to do. And I want to do the same thing for the other one. which is in registration. So we have another form here, right here, and I want to wrap this in this, like that. And I want to close it here. That's it. All right. So now let's go and see if we can target them individually. So let's start working with the registration first. So yeah, let's do body and then the register and then that class, which is form container. Simple as that. Now what we're going to do, what I want to do is I want to display them flats. So let's go to registration here and play around with that. All right. So that's display flats on that. Let's see if it works. So justify content to be center. Let's see if that works. Come back here and you can see that that's starting to actually work and look good, right? All right. So if we go to login, yeah, that doesn't work on login, but we can actually make it work on both of them at the same time. So I'm targeting body register here, but I can also target body login, just like that. Okay. And now if I go back into login, that one is center as well. Look at that. Both center. Nice. So let's go back to login here though. And let me take off this H2 tag out. Yeah. And we'll probably put that in the container here somewhere. Maybe it'll look nice here. Yeah, no, not right now. We'll add it later, but we'll keep it like this for now. All right. All right. Let's go back into styles.css and let's see what else we can do here. Let's align the items into the center as well for both of them. And let's put the height to be, let's see, 100 view height for the viewport. So that way it's in the middle. Let's see, registration. Yeah. What about 80? Yeah, 80 should be good for the viewport. That looks good. What do you guys think? Let's take this connected out already. So let's go back into partials and actually right here, DB. And let's just take the connection out. We don't have to echo anything. Just for now, there we go. So that takes away some space in there. That's perfect. Let's add more things to the form. So right here, I'm going to target the form tag. So let's do body.register and then let's put a comma to target the other one, body.login. So we're going to target both of them. We're going to target both of the forms. Let me see. Let me just put the form here too on this one. Yeah. All right. So let's check make sure the background, whatever other context they're on, let's make sure that the background of a color of each form is actually completely white. So let's just do that. And let's make the padding, so they have some padding around it, to be 20 pixels. Border radius, so that way the corners are a little round. Let's make it 10 pixels. And let's put a bot shadow there, so that way it looks like on 3D. Right now, let's see how that looks right now, because we've written quite a bit of code here and we don't know how they look, right? There we go. That looks nice, right? And this one, nice too. Beautiful. All right, let's do a bot shadow here. And if you want to know how this works, there are so many. You can just put it on Google and say, hey, bot shadow CSS, show me. Or just take my HTML course or anybody else's, right? So 0, top, bottom, all that stuff, the corners. We're working with the corners here, all right? And 8 pixels for this one, I believe. Yeah, that's going to make it. Let's do some RGBA here for the color. RGBA for alpha. So we'll make some, the last one transparent. We'll make all the corners black. And then the last one would be just a little bit transparent. So let me see, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So red, green, blue, and alpha. And this should not say, let me see, 0 pixels. I'm just getting some 0, 4, and 8. Yeah, that's fine. So the last one would be this color. And looks really nice, right? That's perfect. Looks better. I tell you that it looks a lot better than before. And let me show you what we had before, if I can see it here. Actually, not here. I think I have a screenshot of how our site actually looks before. You can see that. Yeah, that wasn't much. And we're gonna go back to this later when we finish some of the styles, right? All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and take it to the next lecture, guys, because I want to divide these lectures here so that way you guys can digest this information, or should I say, learn it and get it well in your brain. I'll see you guys in the next following lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So this is where we are right now. We're making our application look a lot better than what it was before in the beginning. Now we need to work at it and make it actually to look even better than what it's looking right now. And I got some pretty good ideas, okay? So one of the things that I want to do is, guys, if you notice, we haven't done much in the homepage yet. We're going to get to that last, all right? Remember that we first started with the functionality of our application, registration, login, and so on. And we didn't care much about what the homepage does, right? But we'll change this in the future and we'll make it look nice, okay? I promise you that. Right now, we're going to have to work on these forms and make it look nice, and then we'll jump back into the homepage. But besides looking nice, we got to make it work nice too, right? So first of all, let's go back to register.php here. And I'm going to make sure that these BR tags are not here. All right, so let's go ahead and take those BR tags out, and our format is not going to look really nice. All right, so, but we're going to have to take it off because we need to style it appropriately. All right, so let's go back and see what we got after that. Yeah, our form is not going to look nice at all. All right, yeah. So one thing that I want to do before I do anything, I want to put some placeholders, all right? So placeholders are these attributes that are going to put text inside the input. All right, so for username, I'll put a placeholder here called enter your username. Watch this, and it looks like that, all right? So that's what it's going to be for all of them. This is for email. Enter your email. And then this one would be enter your password, right? And then here, let me see, placeholder, we'll put one here for the confirm. So we'll put confirm your password here. Confirm your password. Just making sure things are, look nice. All right, so what we can do with this, let's go back. Let's go to our styles. And let me just make this a little bit bigger. Let me take this off from here. I'm going to put the styles, the form styles somewhere else, guys. All right, let's make it a little bit more organized. So whatever is for the registration page is for the registration page. Yeah, it's kind of organized right now, to be honest with you. Yeah, we'll just put some separations here. We can put some comments. So let's do some comments here. We'll put / and we'll put some comments for the register page. And we'll put asterisk and / and that's it, right? And then we'll close this here like that. And like that. As a matter of fact, you can do that for both right here. And we'll just say and here, something like that. All right. All right. So what I want to do for the container, we have the height 80. Let's make it 100% viewport height, and let's create some padding around it. Let's go and let's put 20 pixels. Yeah. All right. And let's go to the form here. Let me see. One thing so we can fix this. This is kind of going all the way, you know, it's too wide. So we need to make it so that way it doesn't go over a certain length. So I'm going to go make a width to be 100%. And then I'm going to say match width to be 400 pixels in my layout, right? I'm using a 1920 by 1080 screen resolution. So if I do refresh here, you can see that. Make sure you save your files again. I'm going to stop saying this very soon, so make sure that you never forget, right? Because I know how it is when we're first starting out, right? All right. So what else do we need to, let's work on the inputs. Yeah, the inputs look really bad right now. And let me see how many minutes we got in this video. So we have already around 4 minutes in this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it. And let's actually do it. I was going to leave it for the next lecture. Let's actually do this. So form, let's attack the form inputs. So I'm just going to paste that and I'm going to say input type. So the type of the input that we want, that we have on the register page is text, email, and password. Text, email, and password. Those are the type of inputs that we have on that register page. So we will attack those. Text, and I'll put a space here. And we'll do, the other one would be email, and the other one would be password. All righty. And here, what I want to do is I want to make sure those are 100%. Let's go back in there and we can see how that is actually starting to look. We'll put some padding around them. We'll do 10 pixels. That's looking a lot better, right? Maybe we'll do some margin bottom there to keep them a little separated. And we'll do 20 pixels. Oh, that's looking a lot better, right, guys? Maybe we'll do a little border. And this border, we'll make it 1 pixel and we'll make it solid gray. So this would be like the symbol of number and 3 C's. This would make it gray. See, yeah. Or 6 C's, right? Yeah, but 3 C's is a shorthand version of it. That's how it's looking at 90%. This is how it's looking at 100%. Right? So we can see we have some problems here. We can solve that right now. Let me see if I can. Yeah, let's put bat sizing here. That should work. And then we'll say this is the border bots. Yep, that fixed it. That's looking a lot better now. What else can we do? Let's make the font size a little bit bigger. So I think it's 14 right now. Let's make it 16 pixels. Just a little bigger. The border radius, I'm going to keep the border radius right below the border. So border radius is going to make the borders more, it's going to give them like a little edge, like a little roundy edge. So rounded edge, that's the name. So 5 pixels should do the trick. And yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Let me just 5 pixels border. Oh, I put border right. It's border radius. There we go. That's looking better. Right. So you can see now this focus. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, yeah. Looking pretty good, guys, so far. Let's leave it for the next lecture. Let's start attacking maybe the register button on the next one, or maybe doing some things, some other extra things with the inputs. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So our registration page here is looking really nice, right? Now, if we go back to Logan still needs a little bit of work, right? So let's go ahead and apply some of these styles to the Logan side as well. So I'm going to put a little comma here and I'm going to copy this guy. And we know that we have text in Logan. So I'll do text And let's actually target login, not body, login. And let's do one more, which is going to be, actually, let me just come here. And the other one that we need to target the login username and password. So the text, and this will be password, right? Just like that. And now, if we just leave it like this, it should work. There we go. That looks good, right? We'll probably put this up a little bit after. Maybe we'll take some of this padding from the body. I think we have padding top there. Maybe we'll make it 20. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe we'll make it 0. Let's see. Maybe we'll take it off, right? Completely. If that doesn't, yeah. That's looking a lot better, right, guys? Anyway, the reason why we have a padding top is because of the homepage. So let's take it back, and then we'll work on it later on when we create the homepage, content. But anyway, let's work on that button. That button looks horrible right now. So let's make it look nice. So let's go over there to here. And as a matter of fact, we should just put for the forms, register and login. Just like that here. Just because we are adding some styles for the login as well. So yeah, after this, what I want to do is I want to put some styles for the inputs for the submit. So let's go ahead and attack those. This would be for the registration, and then we'll have for the body. Just like that. So we'll say submit here. There we go. Perfect. Now, I want to say this is going to be 100%. That's what we want to do. So make that submission 100%. That submit button. Padding would be 14 pixels is fine. Then background color. Let's change the background to maybe 333. And then maybe we'll do color white here so that way it looks nice. Yep. Then we'll do some font size. Change the font size to the same size that we have been playing around with, which is 16 pixels. Border, let's take the border out. Put border none. Let's do border radius, so make it round. Let's do 5 pixels, the same thing we have on the other inputs. Let's make the cursor, when we put a mouse over this, let's change it to maybe a pointer. So let's do cursor, pointer. And you can see now the little hand. It's looking nice, right, guys? Really nice stuff. Let me see. Maybe we'll give it some hover, right? And change the background of that. So let's go ahead and let's attack the hover, and we'll put some hover effect here. This one would be hover, just like that. And now what I do is I want to change the background color to FF sits B sits B. This color is nice. Let me see. Yeah, we use that color a lot in some of the other applications. So yeah, this is looking pretty good. Maybe we'll work on this label and make it look nice. And let me see how many minutes we are into this. We are 4 minutes into it. I think we have time to do the labels, right? So let's go and work on the labels. Let's put that close to let's put it right here. Maybe that's fine. Let's put the labels right here. So let's work on the label. Form labels right here. And then we'll do the login as well. Put them both together. All right. So the labels are they're not displaying black. They're displaying inline. So we have to make them black so we can play around with them a little bit. Margin bottom, let's make them 8 pixels. so that way we can give them some space between the inputs and the label. Let's do font size. We don't want to make them too big because they're labels, right? We'll make them, instead of 16 pixels, we'll do 14. And let's do the color. Let's change the color a little bit. Let's just try something fun, like a gray. Yeah, that looks a little better. What do you guys think? Now, we don't need, let me see this thing here. It looks like, let me see something here. Looks like I have more space on this email than what I should have. So I might have something there on the email. Hopefully I don't have some type of BR tag in there. Let me just see real quick. Oh, I do have a BR tag. There we go. Yeah. Guys, if you want, you might want to take the labels off. Sometimes, depending on the browser you're using, sometimes the labels, some of these features are not working. So that's why we have a username and then we have the placeholder here. But you can always take that off and make it more modern. You can always take the labels off since we have placeholders now, and it looks a lot nicer with placeholder. Or you can take the placeholder off and leave the labels. It's up to you. All right? I'll prefer to leave them like that, but you do whatever you want. All right? So if I go to login, you can see that changes there a little bit as well. Login, we haven't not applied that to login, actually. We need to make it applicable. So login right here. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's looking a lot better, guys, right? Really nice stuff. You know what I want to do? I also want to uppercase these letters here. It's something that we do in some applications. So in the input itself, in the submit right here, in background, we could use text transform to do this. And we can say uppercase, just like that. And that will, actually, that's not going to work unless we put some other things in there first. Let me see. Hold on. Text. Oh, transform. This is the hover effect. Yeah, that actually works. But it needs to be on the right spot right here. Yeah, there we go. That's nice, right? What else can we do to that button? Let me see. Transition. Yeah, we'll leave it like this, guys, for now. This is looking pretty good. We have enough so far. So, yeah. Pretty nice. I'll see you guys on the next one. And let's actually take the register and put it right in the center, right? Because, yeah, we can. And let's make it actually, instead of register, let's make it create account. That would be nice. So we can say, create your account, just like that. And we'll put this instead in the form container so we can play around with it. Right here. And that says that. And let's go into styles.css and let's play around with it. So let's go here and let's say in that form container, let's go and grab the right here, actually. Make sure I don't have anything down here because I was writing some stuff. Yeah, take it off. So right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply this to any H2, and I'm going to say the font size for this would be 24 pixels. Yep, that looks a lot better, right? Margin bottom, let's put some margin there, and I'll make it 20 pixels. And let's align it. Let's text align this to the center. And let's change it to the number this color that I like, this gray color. Look at, what did I do there? We have H2 in there. The labels are H2. Let me see, body. Oh, of course. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to change this guy out. I'll want the form container H2 as well. There we go. So the register, form, container H2, and the body, form container H2. So we'll attack all those, but we'll put that login in there now. But what else do we need here? That's about it. Let's go into the login and put that login here. Login. So let's go back here. And yeah, that's not gonna look nice. Let me go back in there. Where did I put it? Oh, of course. As a matter of fact, let's put it inside the form here. I think it's better if we put it inside the form because it looks like this now. So that's better. Let's go back into the other one as well. And let's do that there as well. That looks a lot better. Let's go back to register. And yeah, that's awesome. A lot better, right? So this is starting to look really cool, guys. Great job if you were able to follow me. I'll see you guys on the next lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So one job that we as developers have in our work day to day is to check our application just to make sure that it works accordingly to our goals, right? Now, in this lecture here, I want to correct some of the things. I want to adjust some of the things that we have in our application. Like, for example, the way that we display errors. You can see here that it's displaying all the way up here. And that should probably happen with the registration page as well. All right. So I want to make sure that these errors here are displayed inside the form. That's what we want to do. So we're going to put them right below the H2 tag. All right. Just like that. We'll probably refactor this in the future. We're going to keep refactoring this until we make it really manageable. So we'll do the login and we'll do the registration. We'll make sure that that is displayed right below the H2. So now, let's go to login here, and let's just try to make this fail. And you can see that it says that invalid or username or password, right? Yeah. So make sure that you update whatever code that you need to update to make sure that that works. So what else do we want here? When I get a new user, let's call this Natty. And Natty has an email, and Natty is going to register for a site. And when she does, this is going to say data inserted, and it's not doing anything. Why don't we log in Natty and send her to the admin area instead of showing this stuff here? That would be nice, right? All right. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to the register.php, and instead of saying data inserted, let's go ahead and do the same thing we're doing here in login, which is this here. And let's go back and put that in there. There we go. That should do the same thing. Now, instead of doing this username here, we have the username variable that we can actually use instead of that. And that's it. That should work. All right. So, yeah, let's go ahead and register Natty again, and let's see if that works. Let's make sure that we put it here. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, register. And it says user already exists, right? Existed. Oh, this is another thing that I want to do. We will have to repeat and refill this again every time this fails. So I would like to put data in here again. I would like to put the username and the email again, so the user doesn't have to fill those up again, just in case this fails, right? But anyway, so let's go ahead and try this up again with a new user. We're running out of ideas here, right? John, and then John, Gmail. Running out of ideas, running out of names, ideas for names here, right? Because we're registering so many users. So I'm going to have to go back to my database and delete all these users again. There we go. It goes to admin, and it says, welcome to admin, John. But the problem is that it doesn't look very nice on the admin area, right? Anyway, let's log out. Let's go to register. And let's go ahead and build this feature where we can refill this data here and not make the user go through the nightmare of doing that themselves. All right, so here's where I'm going to do it. So I'm going to do it inside the value attribute. I'm going to put some PHP tags. And this is great that PHP is so dynamic, right? So I'm going to do this instead of an if statement, which I can use. I'm going to use ternary operations here. So I'm going to say echo if the username is set. So we're going to use this built-in functions called isSet. So if it's set, I want you to echo the username. If not, we'll use this colon to, signal the else statement to make sure that this is the else statement here. And we'll say, just put nothing there, right? And we'll do the same thing for the email. Let me just take that off. That looks nice. Let me take this off and put this for the email as well, right? And then we'll check it to see how it works. Make sure that things are working accordingly. If something doesn't work 100%, guys, make a comment and we'll try to help you out. But everybody has different ways of making sure their application works. But if you need help, I'm here. So anyway, let's make something go through here. Well, let's make something fail actually. So let's do this and register. And there you go. You see the data right back in the inputs. Really nice stuff. So as we progress, we're going to keep adding features to our little application just to make it better and better every single time. We got to start working on the homepage just to make this look way better than what it is now. So we have a registration kind of set up, somewhat working 80, 70%. And we have this working 70, 80% too. And when I'm saying 70, 80%, actually means 100%. It's working fine. We can add more features to it. That's what I mean with 70, 80%. There's a lot more features that we can add, but we're just going to keep it simple because we want to jump into those other advanced section in PHP like object-oriented programming and so on. That's our end goal. All right. So that way we can jump into those other courses where we can learn a lot more, especially with frameworks. All right. So I'll see you guys on the next lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So one thing that I want to work on before we jump into the admin area or anything like that, into more advanced features, right? I want to work on the homepage and make it look nice. Right now we have registration looking all right, login page looking all right. Let's make the homepage look nice. But first of all, let's put some content there. So I'm going to go to index, and here we don't have much. So I'm just going to go ahead and put a div tag here and give this a class of hero. So we're going to create something called like a hero. And it's like a big square box with some data here of our site, important data. As a matter of fact, we'll make the hero expand all across the screen here, and we'll make it even a different color. If we're going to make it look nice, you'll see. We have this thing other websites like codingfaculty.com. I think we have a hero there. So codingfaculty.com. Let me see something like this. We'll have a big square rectangle kind of box here, with some important text in there. So that's what a hero is. So it's a little bit more, technical than that, but that's the main idea. It's a big square box with some text in there. Anyway, we'll make this with some classes here. Hero content. And we'll target this in the CSS. So we'll say here, welcome to our app, or actually our PHP login app. There we go. We'll probably put a paragraph here and we'll say securely login. I don't know if I'm spelling that correctly. And manage your account with us. Something like that, right? And then we'll create another div here and we'll give this a class of hero buttons. So this is going to have quite a bit of things. And we'll have here login. This is going to take them to the login page. And we'll have another one. Let's copy this. This is going to take them to the registration. register, and there we go. All right, so this doesn't look like much. Let's go back into there. Oops. All right, it looks like that right now. Not much. All righty. Okay, let's go to style and let's make something happen here real quick. So this is the body index. So that would be the home page. Let's see where we can keep it. That's fine. Let's keep it close to the home. Let's keep it close here. Let's just say hero here. All right. We'll get to that later. We'll organize it a little bit better later. So we'll say hero. As a matter of fact, body index, and then we'll say hero here, just in case we have something else somewhere else. Well, another hero, right? We'll make sure that the background for this here, size. So let's look for that. We'll make a cover. So that's going to take the whole screen. And then the position, background position will be center. I'm just making sure that everything here is ready. So when we start, for the content that's inside, it's going to have the 100 viewport height. We're going to say display flats. So we can play around with the positioning and justify content center. Always, I like my everything center on the page. Align items. The color of the text inside would be white. Text align. Let's make sure that it's centered, just in case. And we'll make the position relative. Yeah, that's okay. And then we'll make the z index 1. All right. There we go. Now, guys, if this is now refreshing for you, do a hard refresh. Sometimes your CSS is not going to work 100%. Your browser might have your file cached, and if you do refresh, like Command R, Control R, it's not working. Do Shift Command R for a hard refresh, or Shift Control R, all those buttons together, and then you should have your page actually take effect on the browser, especially if you're using Chrome. All right, we don't have any colors here. Well, what we'll do is we'll probably put some type of image later on. We can put a background cover here, a background color for now, but maybe we'll put an image later. Let's do a background color. We don't have a background color here, so let's just do something like, or maybe 2828. Something like that for now. We have some spaces in here, so that has to do with the container. The container, yeah, that's the container. So what we can do is we can actually edit this guy out, and we can say the body index dot container has no margin, and that would be margin 0 everywhere. And there we go. So that's looking pretty nice so far for now. All right. Yeah. Then we'll actually, as a matter of fact, we're gonna leave this lecture alone for now, and then we'll jump into the next one where we're gonna be adding more stuff to this one. All right. So if we expand this is looking pretty nice so far. All right, guys. I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Take care. All right. Welcome back, my amazing students. So anyway, I have something in mind here, the way I want this to look, and it has something to do with a background image, but I'm going to leave that for last there because I don't have an image that I want to give you guys yet. So I'm going to create this dummy rule here, or this dummy style, and I'm gonna, comment this out right now, and I'm gonna put this for later. For later to use with a BG image. All right. Right now, I'm going to work on the middle here content and some of the stuff so that way it looks nicer. All right. Later on, we'll work on this background stuff. All right. So it's gonna look nice. Anyway, let's go ahead and add. Let me just come back here, and we're gonna add some stuff in the hero content area, some styles. And what I want to make sure that the max width is not over 600 pixels. And let's add some padding just to make things look nice. We'll at least give stuff some space there. You won't see much here, but later on, it's going to be noticeable. And let's go ahead and add something for the, I think we have a paragraph there. Let me just check. Right here. So we have a paragraph here. Let's just play around with that. And this is supposed to say securely. Yeah. All right. So let's do something with that. So the paragraph, let's make the font size a little bit more responsive. So we'll use another format for the text to change when the screen is in a different size. So we'll use RAM. That looks good. We'll change the H1 too in a minute, but let's change that because I noticed the H1 now is looking very similar to this one. So we don't want that. We want the H1 a little bigger. So let's do margin bottom here. And let's make it at least 30 pixels. Let me see. All right. There we go. All right. Let me work on the... Let's make sure that we do this properly. Okay. And then I want to do the H1. And this one here would be font size. It needs to be bigger than the paragraph, right? So at least double. So 3 rem. And let's do some margin bottom there to be 20 pixels at least. There we go. That's looking nice, right? All right. Let's work on those buttons. So let's go and grab this. And let me see what we are. Hero content, and we have the hero buttons. And then we have hero buttons. There we go. I don't need to be so specific since, I don't have any other heroes anywhere else, but I like being specific when, creating stuff. Flats here, and then we'll do just put this on the center. And then we'll just do a little gap. Let me see on this links here. And let's make it 20 pixels. Yeah. It looked like the hand just broke him apart, right? Because I left the pointer right in the middle there. So yeah, let me see how many minutes we are into this video. I think we have time to do other things, right? In this one. So let's go ahead and work on, let me see if I don't have any. I should put a class here, BTN. Let's do that. Let's do BTN. Some frameworks, some CSS frameworks have this class, and it's pretty fun to have that. So we can come back here and we can say, let's just do the hero buttons. And let's do BTN. And let's go ahead and, what can we do with the BTNs? BTN, wow, we have some work to do here with the BTN. Let me see if we can, first of all, let's make him white. Let's change that to white, that color, so we can see it better. Yeah. And well, we got to do some hover on that later. Let's give it some padding too. So let's do 12 bottom and top, and then left and right. And let's do a background color. Actually, let's not do background color right now. Let's do text decoration to none. Make it a little bigger. Come on, help me out with the, oh, no wonder why it wasn't helping me out. And let's do 1.2 RAM. Let's do border radius 5 pixels to make it a little round. Let me see how that looks. Let's do a background. Let's see how it looks with a background color. I was not gonna do a background, but let's go ahead and test that out. Let's see if we can make it. Let me see what color. Make it this color here. Ugh, no. Let's do something. Maybe F. 6B. Let's do 6B again. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then we'll make another hover effect on this, and that would be nice, right? So let's create a hover effect on these. And let's change it to just a little lighter, right? Maybe. And let's see if we can just copy this, put it right here. And let's make it a little lighter, a little darker. And yeah. Oh yeah. What do you guys think? It's looking a lot better than before, right? I think I have a screenshot on how this actually looked before. Let me see if I have it right here. Yeah. What do you guys think, huh? Look at that. Beautiful, isn't it? So security, login, and manage your account with us. Welcome to our PHP login app. And we can make this look a lot better, guys. But look at that. This is beautiful. All right? So, and then we have all this functionality behind the scenes, right? We got to work on the admin later on, because right now we don't have much on the admin. Poor admin. It's not looking very nice. But we're improving there, guys. Let's just enjoy this. Anyway, guys, you can show off this project to your family once you're done with it, and they're gonna be amazed at what you can do. And yourself, pat yourself in the back if you're able to follow me. Really nice job. I'll see you guys on the following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So in this lecture here, we're going to put a background image here to make our application look even nicer. And I think we're going to finish with that. The homepage and the rest of our application should be okay with the styles we got so far. We're going to have to get going and learn some more functionalities with PHP, all right? We got too entertained in these sections, right? With styling. Anyway, let's go ahead and finish this CSS that we had there before. As a matter of fact, hold on, before we do that, go ahead and download an image that I'm going to give you in this lecture. It's called Hero Image. And we're going to create another directory here for images. And we're going to call the images. And then we're going to drop that image inside that directory. All right. And if I don't provide the image resource here, guys, go ahead and create one yourself. All right. It could be any image as long as it's big enough. But just remind me of it, and I'll put it in there, right? Sometimes I forget some of these things because there are so many lectures, right? So what I'm going to do, instead of actually putting the color here, 28, 28, 28, which is one of my favorite colors, what we're going to do is we're going to put that background image. So yeah, let's do this background image. And this has a function here called the URL. And what we need to do is we need to go back into, because we are inside a CSS directory. So we need to go out of that and then go into the images. So we do ... to go to the parent directory. images, and then the name of that image. We'll come back here and we'll refresh and you can see how that looks, right? So yeah, let's make this look a little nicer by adding this before content stuff here. Before selector. So what we need to do is, and you guys, you need to know a little bit of CSS for this, but if you follow my lead, you should be okay, and you shouldn't have to know any CSS with this, all right? This is just gonna be pretty easy stuff. But anyway, so we'll put something, because we're not gonna put any text before the content on the hero, and this should be hero, not here, hero, right there, right? If we want a content, then we'll put content there, all right? And you can see that that puts the content right here. You see it? You can't touch it because it's CSS. So just know that that's where we are. All right. Position, let's make it absolute. And top 0. And width 100%. It's going to be like an underlay type of, because we want the image, we want this to look better, right? We want our text here to work nicely with the image, but the image is too much. We have too much text in here and we can't see our content very well. So that's the idea. And then height would be 100%. And this is where we're going to be working our magic here. Background color. Let's do RGBA, because our RGBA gives us this alpha at the end that we can work with. So we want everything to be dark or black. And then at the end, we want the alpha to have some type of transparency, right? There we go. And we don't want to make everything like that. Let me see something here. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, that should be okay. I'm doing it good there. Yeah. But we want to make sure that we have the Z index needs to be -1, and that should help this come out and look better, as you saw there, right? Because if we make everything the same, in the same level, and the index, guys, it's just like when the higher the number is, the more on top of your elements that styling would be. So right now, when we do -1, that means that this element here, this hero, is going to be under this one, because this one is Z1. Z index 1, this is -1. So this is going to be, the content is going to be under the main hero, under the image, right? So yeah, that's going to make everything look a lot better, as you can see here. So that looks nice. So if we expand this, yeah, that's a nice looking application now, right, guys? Really nice stuff. So hopefully this can help you build some really cool things, and at least give you the start into building this all this really cool stuff. All right, guys, I think we're done with this. At least the homepage is, as far as I'm concerned, everything is working pretty good. Maybe we'll work on the admin next. The admin, if we want to improve it, maybe we'll add some more code, but probably we'll make it object-oriented programming. So that way, when things start getting complicated, it's easy for us to manage. Because right now we're doing procedural PHP. And if we write too much procedural PHP and our application gets too big, it's going to get complicated later on. So it's better to transfer our code into object-oriented programming. Okay? All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys on the next following lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So I was checking out our application here. I was thinking, what else can I show my students that benefits them and makes them smarter or more knowledgeable in programming? And it's this concept of dry code, right? Not just dry code, but reusable code and more manageable and flexible code. This concept in programming that's very important for you guys to learn and get used to. So what I plan to do here on this lecture is to show you how we can grab all this code that we have here and put it in a custom function. And our application is going to be more manageable and it's going to be cleaner. And it's something that you can use somewhere else in your application. It's something that you can take with you to other programming languages, just in case in the future you change, idea, right? You change your career and somehow. But anyway, so here it goes. Let's go ahead and create a custom function here. We got to start using functions. Functions are like the key into becoming really good at programming. So let's go and create this custom function, and I'm going to call it user exist. All right. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this code that we have here. We're going to start with the SQL. Hold on. This is not the one that I want. Actually, yeah. This one is, let me see, we can take that. Let's actually, we can take a lot of stuff in there. Let me see, we can start with the user inputs too. But let's start with the easy stuff. Let's just take this out of here, this from here. Let's take it back here. And let me just put this back in here, right there. All right. And we're gonna need the connection, and we're gonna need the username for these feature to work. And let's go back into registration so we can, what else do we need from there? We don't need anything else. That's all we're gonna take. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now we have this result here. And what I can do in here is that I can say return MySQLi num rows. Let's pass the result, and we're going to return this if it's greater than 0, and that's going to be true if it's greater than 0. That's all we're going to do here. I don't think we need anything else. Let's go back in here. This is super simple, right? And now instead of using this whole thing in this, we can go ahead and do this. If user exists, then I want you, actually, hold on. Let me see something here. I'm returning this. Yeah, that's fine. Well, we can use it like that. We'll pass in the connection, and we'll pass in the username to that function. All right, let's check it out again. So let's go ahead and refresh that, or just click here and press enter. And let's check it out again to see if it works. All right, Edwin Diaz. Well, let's just put Diaz.com here. 1, 2, and 3. And 1, 2, and 3. Enter. And you can see that it does the same thing. User already exists. But now it looks a lot better, right? Because now we have a function. We took some code from here, right? So this is really nice, because we can start doing this stuff for the rest of our application as well. All right. So anyway, guys, hopefully that showed you how easy it is to take some of this code into functions. We can keep it in a separate file, and we can keep reusing this if we wanted to. If we want to find out if our user exists, we just pass in the connection and the username, and that's it. We can use this function anywhere we want. As long as we include the functions file, we are good to go, just like we're doing right here, right? In header. So that's it. I'll see you guys in the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So we are almost done with this section here. This is where we are right now. We're going to be creating this admin area here where we're going to be able to edit the user, and we're going to be able to delete the user. Now we are taking care the CRUD here in this section, basically with MySQLi API and PHP. And later on, what we're going to be doing is more advanced things. And so we need to leave this section and go to the more advanced sections where we're going to be learning some different database APIs and some different ways of doing things that are actually a little bit more secure than what we have been doing so far. So we have to finish this section to jump into the next one. So let's go ahead and finish the CRUD in this application here with MySQLi. And then we jump into the next section where we're going to be learning some more different database APIs. We're going to be learning object-oriented programming, and we're going to be learning a lot of really cool things that will make us a full stack developer. So let's get to it. So right here on this lecture, I want you to download this HTML for this specific lecture. All right, you're going to be downloading this admin.html or just the code for what we're about to do. Because from now on, we're not going to be coding HTML and CSS much. We're going to be basically plugging them in and then doing the PHP sections, all right? The PHP logic. So let's get to it. Go ahead and download it, paste it in create a admin. Well, we already have an admin.php, so just paste it in there. Take whatever code we have there, take it off completely, and paste that admin, that HTML code that I will give you in this lecture. So go ahead and download it from the resources. Another thing that you're going to be downloading is the CSS styles, all right? So I have it in right here, so I'm just going to take it off. You shouldn't have it there. I have it there, and just make sure that you put it in your CSS file folder. So I'm going to call it admin CSS, and that's what you should call it as well. You don't have to do this, but just put that file in there or put the code in there for the admin, all right? Go back into admin and make sure that you are linking that. Hopefully I didn't forget to include it there. But once we do that, right now, yeah, our application doesn't look like much, but once we finish this, it's going to go back into looking like this again, all right? All right. So let's go ahead and start with PHP here, and let's see where, one thing that I want to do very much is that I want to create some custom function to redirect, because we're doing a lot of that in this course, right? We're doing a lot of header. We're using this header function a lot. So I want to build a custom function for redirecting. And I also want to build a custom function for detecting the user if it's logged in. So right now, if we go to login.php, we can see that we have that code here, right? We're detecting to see if the user is logged in. And I don't want this code. I want a custom function for that. I want to show you how you can just go ahead and reduce your code a lot by putting this in a separate file like we have been doing with these functions here. All right. So let's go ahead and create one. I'm going to put it right up here because that's an important function. So let's go ahead and let's create this custom function. So this custom function is going to be called is user is logged in, actually, logged in. There we go. And that's it for that. Let me just make it is user right here, like that. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna return some stuff here from the session. So we're just gonna say we're gonna return this session called login, right? Because that's what we have there. And we're gonna make sure that that user is logged in, and we're gonna make sure that well, we're making sure that the session exists, right? Let me put this here. This goes in here, actually. And then we'll do this one. And then we'll make sure that this is actually equal to true. Just like that. And now what we can do is we can return this from all this here. Right here. Instead of doing all this stuff, we can just pass in that function there, just like that. Okay? Everywhere we are using that, we can just use that function now, right? Because that's what we are doing there. That's beautiful. And make sure that, well, actually, we are including in the header, we're including that functions.php, right? So let's just make sure that we are doing that. Yeah. All right. Now, I want to go to to admin, where we are working on. And I want to make sure that in here, right now, nobody is allowed to go in here. Right now, this is the HTML here. That's why it did that to me, because that's the HTML code. Remember that in the beginning of this section, you should have all these HTML files. Okay. So anyway, let's go back into login here. And you can see that we're there. Let's just log out real quick. So I don't want to be able to access admin here. I don't want to be able to access that. So I'm going to put this code on top to check. And let me see. So if it's logged in, then we'll, if it's not logged in, then we'll redirect. Right? We'll redirect to login. Right here, login.php, right? So refresh, And you can see that that took us there. But now we have this function is logged in, not available because we're not including the headers, right? So let's make sure that we're including the headers from the partials. So the header, yep, and that should work now. Let's go back in here, refresh, and now it takes us back to login. Let's fix that. We'll go back to this, but let me go ahead and create another function real quick, and that's gonna be the redirect function. So let me just take this code from here. Yeah, let me take this code, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna create this function that is going to redirect the user. So let's go back in here, and we're gonna create this function. It's gonna call it's gonna be called redirect, right? So it's gonna take a location. So let's take that right there. Let me just do this so that way you guys can focus on what we're doing. All right. So we'll have that header right here, and we'll do exit. And then that's it. That's all that is going to do, really. So right here, and let's go back to admin. And now what we can do is we can just do this, and we'll pass in where we want that user to be redirected. And we want that user to be redirected to login.php, just like that. So now, if we try to go to admin, we're going to get the same thing, redirecting. Really cool stuff, right? So anywhere you want to use it, now we can go to login. And if we have a header here like this, all we have to do is go ahead and use that function, redirect. There we go. And replace any code that we are redirecting the user to, right? In headers, I think we also have, in register, we also have a header right here, right? And we can just replace all this with that function, redirect, like this. There we go. That's nice, right? All right, I was just checking to see if we don't have any other code there that needed to be refactored. But anyway, that's what I wanted to do on this lecture. Make sure that you download the HTML for admin, okay? Let's finish this right here. We need the navigation as well. So let's go ahead and put the navigation in admin. Let's just finish it. And then we're going to start our PHP on the next lecture, the logic to make all this happen, to create the CRUD in admin. But let's go ahead and take this off. So we're going to take off the HTML right here. I take that off. And we'll take off the footer, because we have that, and we'll include it here. So where it says include footer, that's what we're going to do. We're going to include the footer, include partials, and then footer. There we go. Make sure we have the header on top. Yep. And you know what? Let's make sure that we have a container here, because I think I deleted that. I should have never deleted that container. We always have a container. Actually, the container is here. Sorry about that. So yeah, we should be good now. Let's go ahead and try to log in and try to see. Oh, I don't have that user. I have Carlos, I believe. There we go. And that looks like really bad. So let's make sure that we're linking to the CSS. So in the header right here, let's also link that admin CSS right here. There we go. So that's going to work really well for us, right? All right. Make sure that you have your admin CSS put in place, and we should be ready to go, guys. Let's go into the next lecture where we're going to start this and have some more fun before we go and jump into having some more fun in the next lectures. Take care, guys. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on this lecture, we're going to get to work. So we got to start building our functionalities here in PHP. And the first thing that we are going to be doing is working on displaying the users. Right now we have some default data right here, some dummy data that are in HTML, and we need to replace this with dynamic data from the database. So the first thing is we got to fetch some users. So I don't know how many users I got in my database, but I got some dummy users there. Let's go ahead and do a query. So we're going to do MySQLi query here, and we'll pass in the connection, and we'll do the query here. So we'll say select ID that we want from there. We want a couple of things. We can do select all, but I'm just going to do select ID, select username, select email, just to show you that we can do this as well. And the registration date, and then we'll say from users. All right, I haven't done it like this with you guys, so I wanted to do it. So that way you can see that we can do that. Now we can go ahead and var dump this just to make sure that it works, right? Actually, let me just see something here, and you can see that I'm getting something from there. If we didn't get anything, then we will have some type of error. So I'm getting something. Let's go ahead, and what we're going to do is right here, we have two rows. We want to put the loop in between in the body, so that way we can loop and expose or output the rows. So this is right here. This is one row, and this is the other row right here. Okay. So I'm going to put the loop right here in the middle of the body tag, the beginning body tag and the ending, right here. I'm going to put it in between that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open some PHP tags. We're going to use this syntax that is going to allow us to put HTML in the middle in between the while loop. So yeah, I'll use a while loop here. And the reason why we have to use a while loop when we're fetching records from the database, all right, in MySQLi. This is something that we have to actually use. We can't use for each or anything like that. We have to use the while loop. So we're going to be fetching, let's do MySQLi here. MySQLi, fetch, and we'll fetch an associative array. All right, we'll fetch that result. And then we're going to assign right inside the while loop, we'll assign this to a user variable, just like that. Make sure that you put a colon here to close that. This is a special syntax here that we use in order for us to put HTML in between here, right? So we need to end it. So let's go back here. Let me take this row out. I'm going to use one of the rows as data that we can actually use to pre-fill some of that dynamic stuff. So I'm going to open some PHP tags here, and then I'm going to end the while loop. Remember, this is a special syntax to put HTML. You can see that HTML has no problem being in the middle. So now, if I refresh, you can see that our data that we have in there is actually multiplying. We're seeing the same data over and over again. The reason is because it's all static. But the loop is actually working because it's looping through whatever we have in there multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 times. Okay? So now we got to start replacing some of this data. Like, for example, the ID of the user. And we'll just do PHP here. And we'll do echo, right? And let's see how this actually works. And we'll do that. And we'll get the ID out. Right? So we'll come back here, and you can see the ID of that specific user. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the rest. We'll get the username, we'll get the email, and we'll get the registration date. We got to work on that registration date to make it human readable. All right? Well, right now we're just going to expose it like that. So let's do the username here. We'll do the email. And we'll do the registration date. Let's see how that looks. If anything, we'll work on it on the next following lectures. But we have to make it human readable. Okay? As a matter of fact, let's go back in here. Let me just see if I can just do it right here. I'm going to bring this down before I even echo the information. And I'm going to work on it. We'll call this date. I'm gonna make it human readable here. I'm gonna format it. It's not that hard. So let's go and use this day object right here, and we're gonna format this to show the full month, right? To show some of this, the date and the full month here. So, and let me see, we can wrap the whole thing in a date function like this. We'll put a comma here, and I'm gonna wrap this value here in, I'm gonna lowercase, actually, I'm gonna put this to time as a string to time, actually. String to time. This is going to allow me to show this date. All right, so hopefully this code actually works. Let me echo this out here. We probably could take this into a custom function. There we go. That works, right? So yeah, that's working pretty good. We'll take this to a custom function, guys, in a minute. As a matter of fact, let's just make this a two-part series of displaying the data here. So in the next lectures, we'll put some stuff in here, but let's go ahead and create a custom function because I like to have that organized in a nice way. So I'm going to go back to functions here, and let's just make one of the custom function here for the date. So let's do this here. Human, let's just put full month, and full month date. All right, we're just gonna call it that, and we'll bring in the date from there. So let's just give it that name there. Maybe we'll call it something else in the future, but we can change the code. Yeah, well, this is fine, right? So let's go back into the admin, and let's just take this out of here. Go back in there, and let's modify this here. So we'll put return here. Let me see if I can just bring the date here. So the date will be coming here. Yeah, that's it. That's all we got to do there. All right, so let's go back into the admin. And we're going to just echo the full month, and we'll pass in the date. So we'll pass in the user and the reg date. There we go. Yep, no difference there. Really nice stuff. And if you see me that I'm not putting the semicolon here, guys, if you don't have any other code after, you don't have to put your semicolon as you see me doing here. I'm not putting semicolon, but now I'm going to do it because it's good practice to always have semicolons after your statement, after you finish your statement in PHP. All right. So that's doing that. Really nice stuff. All right, guys, we're done with this functionality. I'll see you guys on the next one. So where we're going to finish the filling up the forms here with some data. I'll see you guys then. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. I hope you guys are ready. All right, let's do this. So for the second part of this displaying data series that I just made up. Anyway, we are going to be replacing some of the static data that we have on these forms. As you notice, these are two forms there for the edit and the delete. So we have some static stuff that we need to replace. We're going to start with the value here for the user ID. So we want the user ID here instead. So we'll say, hey, go ahead and use the user ID coming from the database, which is user ID. Actually, is ID by itself. All right, let's go ahead and close that. There we go. What else we need? We need the email, right? So let's go ahead and copy this, and then we'll replace this value here for the email. Right there. And this would be the email. If you wanted to edit something else, then you would put it down here, guys. Of course, like the way we're doing it. All right. Yeah. Perfect. And then we need to go into this one as well. Let's go ahead and replace that as well. Right there, we take the ID in here. Boom. All right. Perfect. Okay. So let's go. And now that we have that data, let's go ahead and see if we can detect it on top. We got to make sure that we're getting some of that data. First of all, we got to detect when we click on this button, we got to make sure that we are getting that, we are getting that click. So first of all, we need to detect any request method that's actually equal to post, right? And then I think you can lowercase it too, but I don't play around much with that. Anyway, let's go ahead and check to see, because right now when we are submitting that edit, when we click on that edit, we are taking in on that button right here. By the way, you don't have to always put input. Like if you remember, I was doing input in some of the other forms, right? You can do input in here, but you can also use the button to be type submit, okay? And that will still submit the form just like the input buttons, okay? Anyway, so when we click on this edit button, it's going to take this edit user in the super global, and we can detect it. So that way we can detect that click. So we can say if is set, and we check the super global, which is the one coming from the form, then we know that we're clicking that edit button. So edit, clicked, or that form, edit, submit it or something, whatever. Click it, and you can see that it says clicked here, okay? So we're getting that part. So now let's start to pull in some of this data that we need. So what we need here, we'll need the user ID. That's the first thing that we need. And then I'll just go ahead and use MySQLi real escape string. And we'll pass in the connection, and we'll get this stuff from the super global. So we'll get that ID. Actually edit user ID. That's coming in. Where is that user ID coming from? We'll have it right here. Right here. Okay. And remember, we are bringing that in. We're bringing that in from the database that's coming in this loop that we got right here. Right? We're fetching all the users from the database, and we got that dynamic user ID coming from the database, and we're going to have the email and all these fields. We're going to pull them in now. All right? And once we pull them in, then we can use this to update the fields, the columns. So we'll use the same thing here. And this one would be email. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now we'll need to update this. So let's go ahead and create an SQL statement here. And we're going to say update. And we're going to update the users table. And we're going to set the email to the email that we're getting in. New email, right? And where the user ID or the ID equals, and we're not going to put quotes around it because this is a number. This is supposed to be a number, so we don't put quotes around that. Just making sure that you guys know that stuff, right? You should. And now we're just going to send it in with MySQL query. So we'll use MySQLi query. And we'll send in we'll first use the connection first, and then the SQL. That should work. And then we can use our function redirect that we created, and we'll redirect the user to admin after they update, which is the same file that we have right here. So we're just gonna refresh the page. That's it. And remember this redirect function, if you click on command, and if you're using a Mac and you click on command and you click it with your mouse, with your left click, it should take you to where that function is. All right. If you're using Windows, I think if you do Control and left click, it should take you in the functions.php and should take you exactly where that function is. You can try that with any code. So any code editor. Some work, some don't. But anyway, you can see that we are doing exit there and we are using the header. I just want you guys to remember that. All right. So this should work the way we have it here. All right. Later, what we're going to do is we might want to create some custom function that checks our query just to make sure that things are actually working. And if they're not, then we can show an error. I don't know if this is not actually doing it right here. And we can write it down. We can say if, and we can put this in an if statement, but I want to create a custom function for this. But anyway, let's go ahead and see if this actually works. So I'm going to go up here. I'm going to press I'm going to put my cursor here and left click it and then press enter to refresh. And then I'm going to come here and change Carlos email to say update it. And then I'm going to press edit. And you can see that it says Carlos _ updated and it changed. All right. So my code is actually working. If yours is not, you know, you have the files. In the beginning of this section, you probably have those files and you can double check on that code, okay? On the PHP files. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to build a custom function here, or some custom functions to help me with the queries, with the database queries. One of them is this guy right here. I want to be able to check this result to see if the result was successful or not. Right? So I want to be able to check this because if we have any type of errors, I want to be able to display it especially when I'm in development. And when I say development, meaning on my computer before I put it on production, on a live server, somewhere online where people can actually see it. That's what I mean. Anyway, so usually when we create functions that are dedicated for database stuff, we create them in a different file. We can put them in the db.php file. Or maybe we'll have a special file like database.php, specifically for database stuff, right? So right now, just for demonstration purposes only, we're going to put this in this file right here, okay, in the db.php. And when I say demonstration is because later on in the future, we'll probably use some other, structure for our files because our applications are going to be a lot more secure and advanced. All right. So we're going to create a custom function here that's going to check query. It's going to make sure that the query that we're going to submit is going to be good. So it's going to take in the result and we'll take in the connection. We'll use the connection, right? We'll take that in and let's go back here. We'll take in the connection. And we'll say if not result, then we want to return some error, right? We'll say error, and then we'll concatenate MySQLi error. We'll pass in the connection. Simple as that. All right. Else, and I don't have to put the else statement. I can just return true here. All right, because it's going to go first here and it's going to check. And if it returns, then it doesn't keep going down, right? But if this is not, the condition doesn't pass, for some reason it's the opposite, then it returns true. So no matter what I do here, I don't have to put an else statement if I'm returning something before that. All right. Anyway, so that's going to work for us because if we can go, let's go and take all this off here. We have a lot of files there that have nothing to do with what we're doing. So here now I can go and say if check query, and then we'll have already the connection on the other side. So we just have to pass in. Let me see here. We'll do it for now. We'll pass in the connection and then we'll pass in the result, right? And then we'll redirect if this is actually true, good. All right, so let's come back here and let's just say Natty updated, edit. And you can see that worked. And I like the other name better. this name with two T's. Maybe a Nat is taking this lecture. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this works, guys. This is very, very good what we just did. And yeah, it looks good, right? One thing that you can do here, instead of using this here, from here, what you can do is you omit all this stuff, pass only the result, come back to functions, to the DB, where we have that function, and just define a global keyword here. Once you use this global keyword and you do this, then what you're saying is, I want access to the global variable called connection. And this is that global variable right here, because it's in the global scope. Anything that's outside of a function, it's in the global scope. This is a local scope, right? Local scope is spelled like this, scope, right? So this local scope is the local environment for a variable. And the global, it would be outside the function. So this would be global. So when we use this keyword global, we are defining that we want access to the global variable. So that global variable has the connection. We just got to do that. And now we can just play around with this and it works. So let's refresh on top. I can do Command R or Control R, and I can do this. Watch this. And you can see that works, right? Really nice stuff, all right? So that way we just have to pass in the result here and we have less code on this side. This is really nice stuff. All right, guys, I'll see you on the next lecture. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So it's time for us to start deleting our users here. So let's add the functionality for that. So now we're doing an if set to check here for the edit button. We need to do another one for the delete functionality. So right here in this form where we have this button called delete, we have this name attribute that's taken in delete user. So we have that super global value available. So we can check on that and we can just go here, and at the end here we'll say else if, and we got to check for that super global. So we say let's check the super global post for this key, and if it's set, actually hold on and make sure that it's set. And then once it's set, then what we can do is we can pull in the user ID, and then we can do our query here. So we're going to use the same variable, doesn't matter, because this is an else if statement, so it's not available unless this key is actually pressed. So we'll say delete from users where ID is equal to user ID. Simple as that. You saw that? All right, so now we'll take in the query. As a matter of fact, hold on, let's make sure that we put this in our custom function, check query, right? We'll bring, actually, hold on, we don't got the result yet. So yeah, so let's go ahead and do my SQLi query. And we'll take in the connection. As a matter of fact, we take in the connection. We have to on this one. I thought we made our custom function for this one, but we did not. All right, so the connection and the SQL. Let's take in the result on this one. So if the result is good, then what we do is we redirect the user to the same spot, which is this page. So we use that custom function redirect to the same place. Nice. So let's go back down here and let's take a look at this form. So this form has a onSubmit attribute right here. This onSubmit attribute is going to activate JavaScript on our browser and is going to open this pop-up little window, pop-up window that's going to say, are you sure you want to delete this user? And if we click cancel, it would not go through. This form would not go through. And if we click OK, of course, it's going to delete what needs to be deleted. Okay. And remember that it's taking in the value, the user ID here, so that we are detecting that on top. All right. So let's go ahead and refresh here. And let's take a look at how we can delete this guy right here, sunshine, and voila, gone. All right, so that's working. Let's update Edwin here. Update it, make sure that we are doing that, and look at that. And let's just also delete it. Cancel, nothing deleted. Let's go ahead and delete Carlos. See that? Natty. So yeah, working pretty good. And the reason why you're seeing this disappear here is because the page is refreshing. All right, so it reloads everything again from the server. And when it fetches the data, of course, it doesn't find it, and it fetches what it finds, and that's why you see that new data there. So yeah, this is working pretty good, guys. All righty. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on future lectures. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So on this lecture, what I want to do is I want to be able to add another feature here to our admin area where we can edit the username as well. If you haven't figured that out, we're going to do that now. Now, one thing that I want to do here that I forgot is to remove this navigation from here because we are already including navigation on the top here. All right. So that's one adjustment that we got to make there. And that's it, right? For that, let's go ahead and edit our form. Let's go down and edit this to also be able to edit to update the username. All right. So right now, let's see where we are, where we have, let's have this form here. Let me see right now. So let's go ahead and put this input type right here in this form. Let's see how that looks. So we have the username and the email here. Let's go ahead and make sure that this one says username. All right. There we go. And let's make sure that this one says text here. Actually, hold on, username. And this one is type text. There we go. There we go. That's it. And so that's the value. All right. We're good to go here. Let's go into the query here and let's pick up that username. Actually, right. Doesn't matter, right? They're both the same. We'll say username here. Pick that up. Right there. Perfect. So now let's update this. So we're going to update user, set email to email, right? And then we're going to set the user name to username. Right here, just like that. Okay. Actually, let me make sure that we have the new username instead. Let's just make this new username, right? Want to make sure that we have that new username value instead. So yeah, new username. There we go. So let's go ahead and play around with this and see if it works. All right, so let's refresh. Let's call this guy Edwin. And let's just say Edwin here and edit. And you can see that we edit that one, and this one here needs to be maybe Jose. And Jose right there, and edit. That looks good, right, guys? Really good, cool stuff, right? All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, and I'll see you guys on the next lecture. Take care. Hey, welcome back, my amazing students. So on this lecture here, I want to add a feature of notifications here. So when we update some user or, you know, whatever record we are updating, when we are successful, I want to notify the user that, you know, it was successful. The query was successful by putting a notification here, and maybe in a background color like green. If something happens, maybe we want to put something like a red color somewhere here saying, hey, something happened, right? So let's build this notification system. And this feature is really simple to actually add. I already got the styles here. So go ahead and copy this down on this lecture. Copy the styles down, all right? So as you can see, I got the styles here. I'm going to put them in the admin.css. And I'm going to put this all the way in the bottom here. Okay. Just like that. I'm going to take that off and take this off. And you're going to have this here. You're not going to have to do this. Yours will come with this already. All right. So, yeah. So go ahead and add those styles there. You don't have to deal with adding styles. I did that for you. And yeah, let's get to it. So let's go into the admin here. And what I want to do is on delete or update, we want to do something, right? So we're checking a query here, and this is the perfect place for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign here this to query to a variable. So I'm going to say query status here, just like that. And I'm going to say if query status equals true, right? And I could just say if equals query status like this as well, but sometimes we want to be explicit on things, right? Just to make things work really nice. Yeah, so let me just make sure that this update is actually working. So let me just refresh here. Yeah, all right. Just making sure. Now, if this is successful, not only do I want to redirect, but I want to go ahead and create some sessions. So session, and my session is going to be called message. And I'm going to say on this specific query, we're going to say user updated successfully. Just like that. That's the message. And then we also want a message type. So MSG type, just for abbreviating this. And we're going to call this success. So this is going to be a class, okay? And that's it. That's all I'm going to do there. And we can actually extract this to a function later, okay? But right now, we're just going to do it like this, okay? So we could do the same thing for this one here. Right there. Like this. And do the same thing here. So I could have just copy and pasted that, right? But anyway, yeah. And this is on delete. So user deleted successfully. There we go. And now we just got to go down and play around with this a little bit and see how we can make this work. I mean, where we can display this. So I'm going to do this above the container, above the table. So right here. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it on the, right here. And let's just create this div. Let's first put an if statement here to check. So let's open up some PHP tags. And we're going to use the syntax again with a colon there. This is a special syntax that will allow us to put the HTML in between. So this is really nice. And we'll say session if set, the message one. Let's close it down here. And we'll say end if. So, yeah, we'll put the div here with a class of notification. And that's it, right? And inside here, we'll put an echo, and we'll echo out the session message type, MSG type, just like that. And then we'll open some PHP tags here. And we can say echo the session message. just like that. Now, when we do this, what we need to do is we need to unset this so that way we don't have an issue and it keeps working. So let's also unset it after that. So that way we can keep doing because if we don't set it and leave it there, we're going to have issues when we do the next one, okay? So make sure that you put this into a function actually called onset. And let's also unset this guy right here. So every time you're playing with sessions, make sure you're always unsetting these values once you use them. Because then, especially when you have to do continuous work like this, we delete something, we're going to use the sessions, make sure you unset it so that way you can keep reusing them, all right? Because if not, you're going to have a problem. And if you have any kind of errors with sessions here, go ahead and go to inspect, go to application, go to that specific session ID, right click and delete it, and then do it again, okay? Because sometimes you're going to have errors like that if you don't do things properly, especially when you're testing things out. So we're going to unset the message type as well. All right. Let's go back here. Let's see if this actually is working. So let's refresh and let's do this. And you can see that I did updated the user successfully, but the problem is that it's not displaying the class is not working. All right. So let's come back. Let's go to admin.css here. And this is inside this other class called container. Right, right here. I actually, hold on. I have a, let me see. Hold on. We don't have to actually do it like this. If we wanted to, we could just take all this out if that's what we wanted. But make sure, guys, that you do a Shift Command R if you're in a Mac to hard refresh. Hard refresh. And if you're in Windows, Control Shift R. All right. And then if you do this, then you'll see it, right? Because it will work. But anyway, let's just take it back. Command Z or Control Z. If this is not working, make sure you're saving your document and doing a hard refresh. It should work, okay? So don't let that misguide you. It does work, all right? Yeah. Let's go back into this here. And we could actually put some of the stuff that has been updated here as well, all right? Some of this results, all right? Like we can come back and bring this guy out. The new user, user updated successfully to, and we'll put that in here if we wanted to, like that. And here we could, let me see what we got here. Oh, we can say record with ID, user deleted successfully, record. And as a matter of fact, we can get the last ID of the item. I think there is this function that we can get the last ID by doing, let me see, last ID, last deleted. I think it's the last insert. But anyway, yeah, we can just get the ID like this here. All right. And then we'll refresh a couple times and we can just do that. There we go. And if I delete something like Jose, you can see that it says user deleted successfully record 18 or record with ID 18. Record with ID. There we go. All right. So really cool stuff, guys. There we go. All righty. Perfect. When we delete a record, let me see if it's the message type should be. Yeah, that's fine. Deleting message is fine. It's green. I was gonna put red, but we are deleting something, so something is happening. So that's fine. All right. So this is how you do it, guys. Hopefully you enjoy it. Thank you so much, and I'll see you on the next lectures. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in this lecture, what I want to do is I want to improve our application just a little bit. I want to improve the code that we have in the database. this code right here. I think it could be a little better. So what I'm going to do here real quick is I'm going to create variables for all these values here for the login, for the local host. So we're going to replace that with a value here. And that would be the host. And then this would be the root, but we'll name it differently here. So we'll say username, and then here will be root. Then we'll say this one will be password, like this, and the database name, right? So we'll replace those. Let's go here, replace that, replace this with password, and this with the database name, right? All right. So that we'll put logging app here, right? Because that was the name before. That's it for that. Now here, what I want to do is I want to do an if statement, but I'm going to say if not, and then if not, then I'm going to use this function called die here. This is going to end everything. It's going to end the script, and it's going to give me some. It's going to deliver a message on the screen. So I'm going to say connection failed, and I always forget this end here. All right, and then we're going to concatenate here. We can use MySQLi to concatenate this connect error. It's going to give us a lot of information just in case something happens, right? In Echo, we'll just say, because this one will give me an error, but this one will give me the connect error. So there are two different things here. They're very similar, but this will give me a little bit more information because it's referring to the connection. This is just going to give me a more general error, okay? So anyway, here we can just say connected successfully, or connected, just like that. Okay, but we'll comment that out for now, and let's just make sure that our application actually is working. All right, yeah, it looks like it is working. Also, if we log in, there is a registration page that we actually says connected here. Huh? Let me just make sure that that's not, that we're not looking at that. There we go. Yeah, when we go to home page, if I click on register here, we are accessing this page. I don't want to do that. So in login, we have, let me see, we are checking this on login. So we can do the same thing for registration. I forgot to do that before. Right here, okay? There we go. So refresh, and now that takes us back into the admin, as you can see. So that's real cool, right? So just adjusting some things here in our application. As a matter of fact, we can build a feature here where we don't even see these buttons there. So let's go back into, we shouldn't even see those buttons if we are logged in, right? So let's go into the home page, and let's go and add that real quick. So let's go and say, you know what? Let's put an if statement here. So let's use that special syntax, and we can say if, put the colon there, and then we'll do the end if down here. All right. And if. All right. So we're going to say if let me see that. So what mess did I have there? I had a mess there, right? Yeah, I still have it. If is logged in, what do I have here? This is a function. Why is it giving me this error here? Expected expression should work. And if it has an error here for some, oh, we don't have the colon there. All right. So now, yeah. So if it's not logged in, there we go. Perfect. So we log out and we go to home page, and now we can see those buttons and we can register, right? And we can log in. Perfect. Sorry about that hiccup, guys. I just ate a big plate of food right now and I feel like sleepy, which is not good. All right. I'm not used to eating that much. It was just a good, delicious food. Anyway, guys, thank you so much. I think we're doing really good here with our applications, working really nice, really fast. And that's it. I'm going to try to end it very shortly. Maybe this will be the last lecture. Maybe not. But we need to go to the next sections where we're going to be learning some really cool things in PHP. All right. So let's go. Let's go. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So in these lectures here, I'm going to show you how we can improve our application a lot more by using some custom functions here to do the CRUD. So let me show you. So what I want to do is I want to include some of these custom functions here to help us with creating, when doing the CRUD, basically. One thing that I want to do here from functions, I want to move this user exist into the DB right here. Remember that anything that has to do with queries, I want to move it into its own file. That's where we want to move it to. So I'm going to put that in here. That should not affect anything else because the database is always included in the header, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, right here is always included in the header. And the header is included everywhere else, right? So yeah, if you have a problem or anything like that, you should get the error somewhere here in your application. And you should be able to fix it very easily, right, with what you know already. Anyway, so let's go ahead and right now we can register a user, right? We can go ahead and just test this application now. So I'm just going to say new user right here. And I'm going to put a password for the new user. So I'm going to create this account. And we can make sure we have an email format here. Yeah, and we have these new users and all this stuff. It's really good stuff, right? So I'm going to delete this guy. And I'm going to delete this new user. And delete this one here. All right, perfect. Let's log out. What I want to do is I want to go back into the DB right here. And we're going to create a custom function here to create a user. So let's see how we want this. Let's call this create user. And since I have the connection here, I don't want to have to use global connection very much. This is not the best practice in the world to use this here, because what you're doing here is saying, hey, if you have any global variable anywhere in your application, I want that value to be here. So that's not a pretty good idea because we might not know what other connections we might have in the future that has this some type of other value, maybe a different database or something. So you might not want to use global all the time, all right? Just keep that in mind. So I'm just going to put the connection from here in there, okay? All right, so anytime we need a connection, we're just going to pass it into the function from here because we have it here. All right, so that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to pass that connection, and we are expecting some type of username, and we're going to expect an email and some password. So that's what those arguments will be that we're going to be expecting. So these are the parameters that I'm going to be using here. So now what I want to do is the first thing is I want to hash my password, right? So the functionality for hashing passwords, let's go back into the register and let's take it from here and we're going to put it in there right here, just like that. All right. And we're going to take that insert statement as well. And we're going to put it in here. Okay. And let's go back in there. What else we got there? So we got the MySQL query here. I'm going to take that. And I'm going to return that. Simple as that. And that's it. That's all I'm going to do here, really. We have the username right here, the password, and the email. As a matter of fact, let's just put the email here. Actually, I'm gonna leave it that way because remember that the values here, they have to match what we got. All right. So I have it this way. It doesn't matter as long as we get the values the right way here with the columns and the values here. We're good. It doesn't matter how we have it here because once we get it inside here, we'll use them. Right. Anyway, so yeah, this is what I want. So now in the register here, what I want to do is I want to take that off. I'm going to take this off and I'm going to be using my check query that we have in there right here to check the result. So instead of doing this here, I'll do check query like this, and I'll put my function in there just like that. Well, I'm going to do check, create user just like that. And of course, I'm going to be putting this. Let me go back in here. I'm going to be taking this whole thing in there, except the connection, right? So we're not expecting, we'll put that whole thing in there. And we'll say, let me see, require result missing. Well, we have the result in the other side, right? So let's see how this works. So I'm going to go to register, and then I'm going to say, we don't have any users in our database, right? Let me see. We don't have any. We just have one user. All right. So we'll get another user there. We'll get Maria there. Maria at Gmail, just like that. And let's see if that works. Register and check one check query. Oh, the check query is actually requiring us to have another parameter there. That's what it was saying. It's waiting for a connection. Yeah, because we changed that from the global. All right. Yeah, we took the global connection out. So now it's going to require us to put that connection, that parameter, the argument. So let's go back in there and let's put the connection here, just like that. All right. So let's go back in there and let's do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, register. Oh, it already registered the user. There we go. But we can see that it is working. So let's just create a new user here. Just for just to have some fun, right? Alrighty, there we go. New user, right? So look at this, guys. That actually was really nice, right? We're condensing our code and making it more flexible, though, that we can use it anywhere we want now, and just by creating a custom function. Everything, all this query stuff now belongs to this db.php file. Okay? Perfect. I'll see you guys on the next ones. Hey, welcome back, my amazing student. So on the last lecture, we created this nice functionality which allows us to register users using a custom function right here on register.php. And that was a really nice stuff that we did, right? It makes our code more readable. It just makes it more modular. We can use this function that we have in db.php anywhere we want, right? So really nice stuff. Now, one thing here to keep in mind that we modify this check query. And that's dangerous, what we did in the last lecture. I just realized that because, we changed that up and we don't know how many times we use this check query through our application. So it's best to leave it the way it was, so that way it doesn't modify anything. It doesn't break anything in our application. So we're going to have to take it back, unfortunately. But don't worry, we'll use other things in the future. We won't be using this type of coding in the future, right? This is just for demonstration purposes only. All right, so we're going to take back and create a global connection there. And we're going to have to go to register. And we're not going to need that here anymore. So we're just going to do it like that. All right, so it's just easier to do it like this since we already have that code in place. Make sure that you're able to register a user and that doesn't break anything in your application, okay? So let's go back here. I'm gonna register some user here. All right. In this lecture, we're gonna be doing the update and delete. Okay. Custom function. So let's go ahead and just make sure that that works 100%. Passwords don't match. Let's make sure they match. There we go. That works. All right. Perfect. All right, so let's take it up a notch and let's go and do the update and delete. So how do we want the update to look? Let's see. So let's update a user, and we're going to be expecting from the user to update. We're going to expect a connection. Actually, the connection is fine. We got to pass in the connection. We can use a global variable in those other functions, but I'm not going to do that. All right. I'm not going to do that here. I'm not going to start doing that. We're going to keep doing it the way we did it before with this. We're getting the connection from the other side. All right. So anyway, we're going to get the connection. We'll get the ID of the user. We'll get the username, and we'll get the email. So those are some of the things that we need to get in the other side. And then let's go to admin real quick. And in admin, we are updating. So let's take the SQL from there. And let's take the register out because we're not needing that anymore. We're going to take the query. Oops. We'll take the query and we'll just return the query here. Let's update this to say new user and new email here. Just like that. All right. So now in admin here, we're going to take all this out. And the result here for the check query would be what we get from that update user. So we'll take in the connection that we need. We'll pass in the user ID. Then we'll pass in the username and password. So new username and the new email. Actually, not the password, new email. And that's it, right? Make sure we have another parenthesis there to close that up. And that should work. Let's go ahead and test it out. So refresh. And undefined variable user ID on line 41. 41, the DB, okay. Undefined, of course. So let's get the user ID here. Sorry about that. I didn't see that. Let's go back in here and let's just do the S again. And there we go. Update it. Let's make sure we update that back because we know it's working. And let's do the delete. All right. So let's go here. This one is going to be pretty easy because we just do delete user. And let's take this back. And let's go to admin here. Let's take the query out from here. These two lines here. Okay, let's go and take it back right here. We'll take in the connection and the user ID. All right, and now when we go back in there, get all that stuff, and then we can just take the connection and the user ID in here. And that should do the trick, right? The word delete user was never used. We can even omit all this stuff here. Let me see something here real quick. There we go. We can delete all this from here and put it here just to save some space. There we go. And that should work. Come back here. All right. So let's go into here and let's check it out real quick. Delete. And we have a problem, Houston. Let's make sure that we are doing, let me see something here. result. Are we returning? Of course, we were not returning the data. Sorry about that. I had a feeling I was doing something wrong here. Let me just paste that back in here. Yeah, we need to return the result here. That's why I said never used. I was, and in my head, I was looking at the result here. Let me just also do it here. We shouldn't return the variable along with the query, right? So yeah, that should work now. Sorry about that. I don't know. I had something else in my mind. Like I was seeing something. I don't know if that ever happened to you when you're seeing things that, you're doing things in your head and you're seeing them in code, but they are not actually the right data, right? Anyway, delete. And you can see now that we are able to delete and we just reduce our code a lot more now. Really nice stuff. All right. And we did that with custom functions. Really, really good stuff, guys. Remember to close your connection. Hopefully I'm closing it down here. If I'm not, so let's just make sure that we're closing it. So MySQLi, and we closed that connection. Perfect. All right. There you have it, guys. I'm just adding more features, more knowledge for you guys in this course. As we progress here, we're going to get smarter. We're going to get better. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next lectures. Take care.